Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Just want to make an announcement that this evening we will not be using the balcony, so all members of the public or town employees can come down and sit behind row R. You'll see the blue tape in row S, so you could sit in row R or behind, but we're going to close the balcony this evening.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, it's Brendan from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server co-location, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLC have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Hamilton Tree and Landscaping has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Located on Route 151, we're available for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. Enjoy our kitchen department with a wide selection of kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Find your home repair needs at our hardware store. Our friendly staff is available to assist with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn Carpet One is a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpeting and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, custom area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry. Proudly serving Falmouth and other Cape communities for over 50 years. FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. The Middle East Forum of Falmouth, a summer lecture and discussion series to foster a better understanding of the Middle East. Visit us at www.meff.world. John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287. Herman Lovell Real Estate, 550 West Falmouth Highway, 508-548-0703. Dalby Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. Info at dalbyexcavation.com. Dogs and Hogs, new look, new menu, open from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., 781 Main Street, ample parking in the back. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Every lighthouse needs a keeper. Friends of Knobska Light, committed to preserving, educating, and maintaining access. friendsofknobska.org. Take care of all your banking needs at Martha's Vineyard Bank. Your goals, our guidance. Conveniently located in Falmouth and Woods Hole. mbbank.com. The Fox team provides complimentary property marketing analyses. 508-548-2101. The Falmouth EDIC's mission is to create, promote, and support a vibrant business climate which enhances our community. Wacoit Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, Wacoit, 508-548-5269. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth is looking for volunteers. You can make a difference in the life of an older Falmouth resident. Check us out at neighborhoodfalmouth.org. Denny's Barbershop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray and McDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers, 352 Main Street, downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. The Cape Cod Vibe, 668 Main Street, 508-457-5252. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Stop and Shop and Shaw's Supermarket.
Okay, all town meeting members, please come forward, take your seats, make sure you've checked in and you have your electronic voting device.
For campaigns. Any campaigning needs to be outside. Anything for an article can be inside.
Hello?
Yes.
Is that a stopwatch thing? Is that clock a stopwatch?
Those are Mike Cairns.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Yeah, and Dave. Town meeting members present, please make sure you've checked in and you have your electronic voting device. Come to the front of the auditorium. Members of the public will be sitting behind row R. Town meeting members should be sitting in front of that row. If we can. Which clock is right? That clock's 5 minutes. I don't have a watch. 6:59.
That's correct, 6:59.
Look at that, it's 5 minutes off. Okay, IT, if we could queue up a slide for a quorum. Why don't we set this for like a minute and a half, give it a little extra time. All town meeting members present, please press 1A for the establishment of a quorum. Town meeting members that are coming in, we're doing the quorum. You want to press 1A on your electronic voting device and find a seat in front of row R. This evening, our microphone carriers to my left will be Caroline Scherer, and to my right will be David Gallagher. By a counted vote of 175, we have a quorum, and I call this annual town meeting into session. All present, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the This time I'll recognize Police Chief Jeff Lurie for our invocation.
This will be a first. Let us pray. O God, creator of us all, we ask your blessing on this town meeting. Let each one of us here this evening recognize our differences and our similarities. Let us listen to each other thoughtfully and guide us to vote on the issues before us with an open mind. We ask you to watch over our words, our debates, so that the result of our meeting will be beneficial to all. Amen.
At this time, I'd like to start with the dispensing of the reading of the warrant. Madam Chair.
Mr. Moderator, I move to dispense with the reading of the warrant except for the officer's return.
You've all heard the main motion, dispense with the reading of the warrant. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I will dispense with the reading of the warrant. At this time, I'll read the officer's return. By virtue of this warrant, I have this day notified and summoned the inhabitants of the town of Falmouth qualified to vote on town affairs as said warrant directs by posting an attested copy thereof in town hall and in every precinct of the town. Signed, Constable Ronald Braga. Mr. Clerk, I ask that the warrant become an official part of the record for this meeting. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion for non-town meeting members to sit up front with the respective boards and committees. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion for town employees who are not residents of the town the right to speak on any issue before the meeting. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. At this time, we normally have a planning board notification of public hearing, but there are no planning articles, so there is no need for notification. Okay, so tonight we're going to do a blanket vote. As usual, we'll go through each article individually. Oh, we have an announcement before we get to the blanket vote. That's the yellow Post-it note that's in my notebook here. Yeah, I can't control the lights, but this has been an issue the last couple of town meetings because I have trouble seeing you guys.
Leslie Lichtenstein, and I'm here to remind everybody about Falmouth's annual spring townwide cleanup. This year it's going to be April 26th through May 4th, and we'll have the dumpsters and dump passes for groups and all that kind of good stuff again. It's also the 55th anniversary of Earth Day. And for those of you who weren't around in 1970, or maybe who don't remember anymore, it came the year after the great Santa Barbara oil spill, and the country was sick and tired of seeing the environment trashed. Over 20 million people, that's 10% of the population in 1970, came out on one day. They met at schools, they met at churches, they cleaned up beaches, they cleaned up parks, they cleaned up vacant lots. And even more than the tons and tons of trash that were collected that day, more importantly, they showed that they thought the environment was important. I really hope that we can get more than 10% people coming out in Falmouth, because back then, those people in 1970 gave the impetus to Congress that it needed to get off its you-know-what and pass the Environmental Protection Act. That year, they passed the Clean Air Act and OSHA. They proposed the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, and all the other environmental things that we're used to now. All were passed because of that day. Why am I telling you this? I hope you understand a cleanup is more than making the town nice. It's Falmouth's chance to show that we think the environment is important. Please, for the 55th anniversary of Earth Day, let's go out there and show the Cape and the rest of the country that Falmouth thinks the environment matters.
Thank you. Okay, on the blanket vote, we'll go through with a brief description of the article, calling your attention to the recommendation. As we go through that, if anybody wants to discuss the article or wants to make an amendment, you just stand up and yell "hold." We'll hold that. After I go through with a brief description of each article, I'll then run through a second time just by number, and then we'll take one vote as recommended as the official action of the town meeting, and then we'll start back with Article 1. So Article 1 is a hold because of the reports. Mr. Duffy? That's Article 1. We haven't started the warrant yet. Sorry, Article 2. Yeah, it's Article 2, but we're not there yet. Yep. Okay, so Article 1 is a hold. That's for the Finance Committee appointments. Article 2 is the committee reports is a hold. Article 3, to set the salaries of elected officials. Article 4, on Article 4, you'll notice a Scribner's error. The columns in the chart that are in your warrant booklet, yep, there it is. So if you look at the chart up there, you'll see that the columns 2 and 3 should be existing pay range. Then column 4 should be new grade. And the final 2 columns are the new pay range. All the numbers are accurate. It's just the headings where the lines were drawn in the wrong area on the headings. So that's just a Scribner's error unless there's a hold for substance on Article 4. Hold, okay. Article 5 is a hold. This is the omnibus budget. Article 6, to transfer and appropriate $275,000 to Special Education Stabilization Fund. Article 7, to raise and appropriate $1,165,562 to the Capital Improvement and Debt Stabilization Fund for future capital improvements. Article 8, to raise and appropriate $500,000 for the purpose of funding compensation increases for non-union and union employees. Article 9, to raise and appropriate $500,000 to the Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund. Article 10, to raise and appropriate $950,000 to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Hold. Article 11, to vote to transfer funds within the fiscal year budget. Hold. Article 12, to transfer $345,000 from certified free cash to supplement the following line items of the 2025 budget. Article 13, to vote to authorize the continued use of revolving funds. Bless you. Article 14, to vote to transfer and appropriate the sum of $150,000 from Article 8 of the November 21 Fresh Pond Water Project and $300,450 from certified free cash for the purposes outlined in the chart. Article 15, hold. Article 16, hold. Article 17, hold. Article 18, to transfer and appropriate the sum of $80,000 from the Ferry Embarkation Fund for the purpose of funding costs associated with the provision of a police detail in the Village of Woods Hole 7 days a week. Article 19 is a hold. Article 20, to vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, for the HERO Act. This is dealing with veterans' benefit. Article 21, to vote to authorize the Select Board to lease certain portions of land or buildings. This is with the school department and the rooftop of the Crooked Pond well and the Gus Canny for solar array. Article 22, to appropriate a transfer from the Community Preservation Fund, the sum of $100,000, of which $24,883 is from the Community Housing Reserve and $75,117 from the undesignated fund balance to construct the forward at the Rock Phase 2 project located in Dennis, Massachusetts. Article 23, to raise and appropriate the sum of $2 million from fiscal 2026 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to carry out risk assessment, site evaluation, response actions, and rehabilitation of the Fields project in Gifford Street. Hold. Article 24, to appropriate the sum of $50,000 from the undesignated fund balance to design and engineer Falmouth Community Play Space on Gifford Street. Article 25, to appropriate the sum of $250,000 from fiscal 26 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to renovate the Mullen School Playground on Catherine Lee Bates Road. Article 26, to appropriate the sum of $218,845 from fiscal 26 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to construct the bikeway access path to or from Church Street. Article 27, to appropriate the sum of $787,000 from the undesignated fund balance to construct the Upper Cape YMCA Outdoor Community Recreation Space Project located on Brick Hill Road. Article 28, to appropriate a sum of $323,750 from undesignated fund balance to purchase all or a portion of land on Exhibit A Long Pond Watershed Project in Falmouth on Brick Hill Road, and to authorize the purchase or taking by eminent domain. Article 29, to vote to appropriate a sum of $320,000 from the undesignated fund balance to purchase a conservation restriction to be jointly held by the 300 Committee and the Falmouth Agricultural Commission on land known as The Patch, located in Locust Field Road, and to authorize the purchase or taking by eminent domain. Article 30, to appropriate the sum of $107,340 from undesignated fund balance to complete the rehabilitation of the Francis Wicks House located at Palmer Avenue. Article 31, to appropriate the sum of $35,400 from the Historic Preservation Reserve to complete a condition assessment and commence conservation work on gravestone markers in the old burial ground on Cemetery Lane. Vote to appropriate a sum of, Article 32, to vote to appropriate a sum of $450,555 from fiscal 26 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues for the North Falmouth Village Junction Exterior Rehabilitation Project located at Old Main Road, North Falmouth. Article 33, to appropriate a sum of $498,490 from fiscal 26 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues for the Lawrence Academy Exterior Rehabilitation Project located on Academy Lane. Article 34, to appropriate the sum of $45,000 from Historic Preservation Reserve to design the rehabilitation of the First Congregational Church steeple located on Main Street. Hold. Article 35, to appropriate the sum of $160,846 from fiscal 26 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues for historic structures report and new windows at the Pennicus Island School located in Woods Hole Road. Article 36, to appropriate the sum of $150,000 from undesignated fund balance for rehabilitation of historic windows at the College Light Opera Company's Bridgefields Hall, also known as Old West Falmouth Inn, located in Chappaquiddick Road. Article 37, to transfer the sum of $1,500,000, of which $1 million is from the undesignated fund balance and $500,000 is from the fiscal 26 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Article 38, to appropriate from the fiscal 26 Community Preservation Fund estimated revenues the sum of $139,700 to fund community preservation administrative expenses. Article 39, to authorize the Select Board to accept from Margaret Dimmick and Barbara Collins as trustees of the Richard Hobart Dimmick 2004 Trust and as trustees of the Margaret Sharif Dimmick 2004 Trust a gift of land shown as a portion on Hatchville Road. Article 40, to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court for a special act to amend the Charter of Falmouth to establish a Falmouth Licensing Commission. Hold. Article 41, to authorize the Select Board to lease land in Falmouth Village for municipal parking purposes. Article 42, to accept a gift of access easement on a parcel of land owned by the Church of the Messiah, Woods Hole, for the purposes over said parcel to be access to the Shining Sea Bikeway. Okay, we'll go through a second time just by number. Article 1 is a hold, Article 2 is a hold, Article 3. Article 4 is a hold, Article 5 is a hold, Article 6. Article 7. Article 8. Article 9. Article 10 is a hold, Article 11 is a hold, Article 12. Article 13. Article 14. Article 15 is a hold, 16 is a hold, 17 is a hold, Article 18. Article 19 is a hold, Article 20. Article 21. Article 22. Article 22 is a hold. Article 23 is a hold, Article 24. Article 25. Article 26. Article 27. 27, hold. Article 28. Article 29. Article 30. Article 31. Article 32. Article 33. Article 34 is a hold, Article 35. Article 36. Article 37. Article 38. Article 39. Article 40 is a hold, Article 41. Article 42. Mr. Chairman of the Finance Committee, for the main motion on the blanket vote.
Mr. Moderator, I move that all articles that have been passed and not held be and hereby are adopted as recommended as the official action of this meeting, and that the necessary monies for the same shall be raised and appropriated or as otherwise specified.
Okay, you've all heard the main motion to approve as recommended. All those not held on the blanket. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Mr. Chairman, for notification.
Mr. Moderator, I hereby serve notice of reconsideration of all articles passed under the blanket. Vote.
Okay, notification has been served. We'll now go to Article 1. Article 1 is to choose all necessary officers in accordance with nominations. So we have 5 members of the Finance Committee. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Moderator, I recommend, or, I'm sorry, 1 second. I move as the Article 1 as recommended.
Okay, as recommended, I have reappointments of the 5 members whose terms are expiring this time. We have Russell Murphy, Ron Dyer, Eileen Miskell, Keith Schwagel, and Rob Dugan. Are there any nominations from the floor? Hearing none, the chair would entertain a motion to close nominations on the Finance Committee. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Nominations are closed. All those in favor of the nominations as presented by the committee signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Congratulations to our members of the Finance Committee, and thank you for being willing to serve another term. Article 2, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 2 as recommended.
Okay, this is to hear committee reports. I've got a few committees. Why don't we start with the Police Station Advisory Committee?
evening. My name is Boyd DeMello. I'm the chairman of the Police Station Advisory Committee. I'm joined by committee chair, committee member Michael Duffany. A brief overview of the Police Station Advisory Committee, where we're at right now. Excuse me. Progress to date: Veritex was selected as the owner's project manager. The Police Station Advisory Committee members were appointed by the Board of Selectmen. The committee started meeting. We reviewed architects' submittals on the plan. Tecton Architects was selected as a project architect after a careful review of about 5 or 6 companies that submitted. From there, the town planner started a review a few months earlier on the 576 town-owned sites, and we've gone down and reduced those parcel sites to about 16 based on size and deed conditions and a few other items that pop into that. Programming and space needs draft. It's not quite prepared yet. It's still a work in progress, but we should have that completed shortly. The town-owned site analysis, the planning department, like I said, started in August of 2023 with 576 town-owned properties. Quickly deleted 172 properties that are under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. Deleted another 272 properties that were under 2 acres. Further screening based on the following criteria resulted in 33 properties that remained into consideration: minimum lot size, significant topographical issues, protected wildlife or wetland areas that were present, issues with Zone 2 or surface water protections, water resource protection overlay district, coastal pond overlay district, and mass DEP nitrogen sensitive areas. Determination of development was broken down by the planning department as good candidates and moderate candidates, with 33 properties that resulted down to 22 properties. Essentially, a good candidate meets or exceeds the minimum lot size and frontage requirements, has little or no environmental issues, is not within a surface water protection area, Zone 2, or a flood zone. Moderate candidates meet or exceed the minimum lot size and frontage requirements, has some environmental issues, and may be within a surface water protection area, Zone 2, or a flood zone. Oops, jumping ahead. Town-owned site analysis is still ongoing. Final criteria, we're down to 16 properties that the committee is reviewing, 5 acres or more. They're both good and moderate sites. Sites can be vacant or developed. They're any location in town. We haven't limited ourselves to one area of town. We've gone town-wide. No sites that are still left are in Cape Cod Open Space Land Acquisition Program. So where we're at now, next steps to continue to evaluate to reduce the number of viable sites from 16 down to 3, and then analyze those final 3 sites to determine the single best site with an expanded evaluation criteria that the committee will be undertaking starting at its next meeting. So where we're at, we're on a pretty aggressive schedule for you. We're in phase 1, the feasibility and site selection, which should be wrapping up by October of this year. We look to come back to the November 2025 town meeting with a design and bidding figures and look for town meeting approval there. And then moving on to phase 3, which would be the April 2027 town meeting, a request for construction funds, and phase 3 would be construction starting sometime after the May election in 2027 and hopefully wrapping up on schedule in October of 2028. And that's the committee's review at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. The Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Alan Robinson, Chair of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and it's a great pleasure to be here again. I think it's been a very good year so far, and it was a good year in 2024 for solid waste management in the town of Falmouth. I think the most special thing that's going on right now in waste management is the progress that's been made at the waste management facility in terms of the improvements to the operation and the appearance of the facility. If you haven't been to the waste management facility in a year or two, and I suspect some of you haven't been there for a lot longer than that, take some time and take a look at it. If you'd like a tour, you can contact Mary Reither of the Department of Public Works, and she'll arrange tours. But it's really coming along. And I really give a lot of credit to Peter and to Jim Grady for that progress. And there's more to come. The new gatehouse will hopefully be ready to go and open in June. And I think at that time we'll have some kind of celebration for it, because it's been a long time coming, but it'll be a real step up for the facility. Our schools, to our knowledge, are the only school system on the Cape where all of the school students are separating their food scraps and having those food scraps composted. And it's a real credit to our schools. And some of the numbers that we achieved, that we, the community, achieved last year. The swap shop had over 12,000 patrons, and 85 tons of what would have been trash going to the landfill were found a second use for folks in Falmouth. And we've got a great group of volunteers, and it continues to provide services both to the patrons that come and to a lot of the service organizations around the community. Clothing and textiles. Falmouth does amazing things between the service center, the PTOs at the schools, and the pop-up events the Department of Public Works has. We've separated 310 tons of fabric and textile, clothing and textiles that in the past much of would have gone to the landfill, and is finding second uses, second homes and second uses. And it's nearly 3% of our total, what would have been our trash tonnage. So it's a very much of a special thing. Our food scrap drop-offs, we don't have specific numbers, but it's increased by about 40%. And the third drop-off location is in all likelihood to be coming online next week at East Falmouth Elementary School, back at the very opening of the parking lot where the textile drop-off is. We'll have our big green monster back, and we look forward to folks in East Falmouth having a closer location for food scrap drop-off. And we had our second our second styrofoam drop-off event, and we collected 2,100 pounds. Now think of styrofoam, holding in your hands. It weighs nothing. You all brought 2,100 pounds of nothing. And it was an amazing thing, and it takes up a lot of space. It was a great effort. We have a second one coming up later this spring, or a third one coming up later this spring. Rigid plastic was something started as a pilot, and that pilot continues. You can drop those off without having a gate pass. And the boat shrink wrap drop-off has just started, and that'll go on for a couple months. So please, if you're opening up your boat, make sure the shrink wrap gets recycled at the waste management facility. I've got a question for you all. We want to get some more information, and you can help us. With a show of hands, this past Friday, did you receive an email and/or a text from the town of Falmouth's Alert Notify Me system regarding the DPW's textile and clothing drop-off event that was held just this past Saturday and Sunday? For the show of hands, if you got that message, please raise your hand. Very good. And then a follow-up question. Show of hands if you would like to get those messages about these kinds of drop-off events. Okay. Very good. Thank you. More on that in 6 months, I guess, and in the time in between. Our focus as we go through 2025 really hasn't changed very much. It's to build community interest and participation in food scrap separation and composting. To encourage progress towards construction of the regional food waste composting facility at Joint Base Cape Cod. And we are making progress on that, or the county is making progress on that. The feasibility study was completed. It is feasible. There's a preferred site at Joint Base Cape Cod for this facility. We have the support. The project has the support of the management of Joint Base Cape Cod and the county commissioners. And the county is now working on developing the next steps, and Mary Reither from the Department of Public Works has been working together in a 3-person steering committee with the consultant that did the feasibility study. So our town is very much involved in the development of that project as it moves forward. And we're starting something new this fall, at least new in the most recent years, a fix-it shop. And there'll be more on that, but we are looking for volunteers who have capability in small furniture repair, lamps, small appliances, and other things to contact us, because we are looking to start building this program to help our residents keep things in use as opposed to having to throw them away and create trash. And finally, in closing, Article 19, the prohibition of sale and resale of balloons. We're very pleased with the petitioner who came to a couple of our meetings. She presented her proposal. She responded to our questions. She did additional research. And based on all that and that the benefits that it will bring, we very much support the article, and we hope that you'll vote for it. And again, thank you very much for your participation in all of our efforts. And we learned that we need to do a better job in messaging. And we'll be working with you all on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, School Department.
Good evening, Lori Durr, Superintendent, and Paul Dart, Director of Finance and Operations. All right, I'm going to start with our core values. Empower students to find joy in their learning. Embrace each other's differences and cultivate community. Encourage a life of growth and wellness. I hope we can all agree that these are good values that we want to instill in all of our students. We truly believe every child, whether special needs, multilingual learners, athletes, high achievers, artists, struggling readers, advanced math students, you get the idea. Every single student belongs in our schools. We believe that a child must first feel physically and psychologically safe and have their basic needs met in order for a student to be able to engage in their learning. We are committed to meeting the needs and expectations of all of our students. We must continue to create a safe and supportive school environment so every student can access the learning and thrive in school and beyond. We believe in every student, every day. Tonight, your flyer addressed two things. On one side, it addressed what I just talked about. It's about our values. I hope that you take time to read it. On the flip side, it talks about the federal contributions. We have gotten many questions over the last few months about what the federal dollars are. And so that gives a little bit more explanation of the dollars and how those dollars are spent in our schools. And I'm going to turn it over to Paul to talk a bit more about our budget.
Hi, good evening, everyone. If I can just walk you through some of the numbers. These are our funding sources for the school system, and I know it's a tad difficult to read, so the first two lines in the text box above is a town contribution for the budget for next year would be $51,803,000. On top of that, the state Chapter 70 contribution we project to be $9,621,000. So those two numbers added together is actually the budget request that we have in for tonight for $61,424,000. Some of the other funding sources here worthy of note, for example, school choice, we receive $1,052,000 in funding from students who choose Falmouth from another district. They choose Falmouth to attend school. So we have about 184 students. The next line down is our federal grants, the one Dr. Dorr was just referring to. We have $1,631,000 in federal grants. $1 million of that is for special needs, used primarily in out-of-district tuition. And then the rest is primarily Title I through IV funds, which Title I is really to help economically disadvantaged students with reading. And there is Title III, which is for multilingual learners. And those numbers are on that handout that we sent as well. But these are the funds that are at risk. You know, we don't know how Washington is going to address these funding sources for the future. So we want to raise this as an attention. We think next year that it'll probably be in this ballpark, but there's just a lot of movement around this number. The next line down is our circuit breaker line, which is the state funding for special needs out-of-district tuition. So our total funding source here is $65,145,000. And in the next slide, you'll just see the again the budget numbers that we're requesting tonight: a 5.5% increase to the $61,424,000. And just to give you a quick highlight, here's the growth in two different categories. For total salaries, the growth is about 4.7%. That's COLA and step and lane changes. This is about $2.3 million of the 3.2 overall budget increase is in salaries. And in the non-salary line, it's a $905,000 increase of roughly 10%. And there's a couple items that we can go into just to show you. Just to note, there's a lot of numbers here. I just want to make one point. About 96% of our salary line is in the school locations itself. So just over 3.5% is administrative or at the admin building. Here are some of the budget realities I talked about for non-salary. Our busing contract we just concluded. We also have an increase in leases for our busing that we do for special needs transportation. We own the buses or lease the buses, and the drivers are our employees. Our out-of-district tuition line, it's going up by $100,000. Out-of-district transportation, likewise, is going up. This is the amount that was over budget last year, $162,000. Special ed contract services, this is therapeutic amounts for our special needs students, up $68,000. School supplies and utilities, and the utility price is really the natural gas pricing contract we just completed. It begins in April. So just again, quick breakdown of how we spend. 84% of our expenses are salary. 5.1% of that is transportation. 2.7% is utilities. 1.7% is maintenance. 2.2% of our budget is out-of-district tuition, and 4.2% is in student supplies. And here, when we look at the total dollar amount spent, this is the dynamics of present-day public school education. It's that the composition of the student body has shifted, and if you look at the front page of that brochure, so that there's a much greater need for special need, much higher numbers of special needs children, higher numbers of multilingual learners, higher numbers of economically disadvantaged students, and that composition chain is driving sort of the expense base of education, and so if you look at special education for fiscal year 26, $20 million will be spent versus $44 million for regular day education. And I don't want to make that to be negative. I mean, the composition of our students has changed, and that reflects the spending on education overall. And
we're well over the time limit here.
Okay, I have one other slide if I can. Special education's gone from 12 million to 20 million, and I'll just end with this. This is give you to a sense, so is our school budget as a percentage of the town budget, even with that cost pressure, over since 2007, is gradually declining to around 35%. So thank you for the time. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. Next, I have the Community Preservation Committee. Yep, there she is.
Good evening, Sandra Cuney, Chairman of the Falmouth Community Preservation Committee. In light of the fact that we had 17 CPC articles on this warrant, we thought we'd just give a brief report. This is a list of our current members. There are 9 members. We have 4 at large, which are appointed by the Board of Selectmen, and then 1 from each of their Planning Board, Historic Commission, Conservation, Housing, and the Recreation. And I'm going to add up here, because her name's not here, was Maureen Thomas, was our CPC administrator. She's been with us for 3.5 years. She did have to resign for personal reasons, but I will tell you, she did an amazing job to help us, and she's going to be missed. But she is staying on temporarily to help us get through the transition of getting a new administrator for CPC, and hopefully she'll train her too, because she was amazing. This is just a look at the funds over the years. Local receipts, the local surcharge, over $52 million. The CPA trust fund, over 20, for a total amount of over $72 million. And with that $72 million, we have accomplished a number of projects. They're color-coded, if you can see where they are. It's just to show you that they're spread out all over Falmouth. This next chart is the pie chart, does basically the same thing. The big blue area, as you know, is the land bank debt. And for those of you who must be familiar with it or not, the CPA Act took over the debt service of the land bank. So that's been the biggest amount of money spent. And second is community housing, 10% open space, historic, recreation, and then our admin budget. This is just listing out the total amount of money spent in each category over the years. As you can see, the land bank debt was the biggest. These are just the articles that we had last year come before town meeting. And then the ones that were time urgent for November. That's just a little review for you. And then these 2 next slides are the 17 articles that we're facing tonight. And for those that went through on the blanket vote, thank you. And for those that were held and have questions, I hope we can answer them tonight. Whoop. Thank you.
And I have the library trustees for an update on the East Falmouth Library.
Good evening. I'm Judy Fenwick, Precinct 1 and Chair of the Board of Library Trustees. And I'm joined this evening by the Director of the Library, Brian Stokes, and we're going to deliver an update for you on the East Falmouth Library Building project. So Brian and I came before you April of 2024 town meeting to present Article 37, the purpose of which was to see if the town would vote to authorize the Board of Library Trustees to apply for, accept, and expend a Massachusetts Public Library Construction Project grant, if the funds were approved, and vote to appropriate the sum of $150,000 if the grant was approved for the purpose of assessment, planning, feasibility, design related to the construction of the East Falmouth Library. That passed unanimously, I think perhaps because it came up at 10:55 on the last night of town meeting. And if that's something the select board does when you want to make sure something passes, it's a really good idea. In late May of 2024, the application to the Mass Public Library Construction Program was submitted after many months of work by Brian Stokes, the Assistant Director of the Library, Meg Borden, and Leslie Morrissey, a former director of the library. In early January, we received notice that the application was approved. Things moved quickly, and by late January, the funds for the planning and design phase of the East Falmouth Library Construction Grant were released to Falmouth, and so we have that money in the bank along with the promise of $150,000 from the town. So the design phase and the planning phase have kicked into gear. In February and early March, we began to lay out the timeline for the building project with a call for volunteers to serve on the East Falmouth Library Building Advisory Committee, which we now know as EFLBAC. Applications were received and 6 candidates were interviewed and appointed by the Select Board on March 24th. That's just 2 weeks ago. The EFLBAC met on April 4 for its first meeting. I want to introduce those members of the 5 members and 1 alternate of that building committee because, like so many before, these are citizens who have stepped forward to volunteer their time and talent. And unlike most committees in town, we can look forward to a very tangible outcome, which will be a new library building. So Chris Simler, I want to do this call out because these people deserve all the attention for the work they're going to do. Chris Simler has served as on the Senior Center Building Committee and the Hatchville Fire Station Committee, which I believe is still active, and so he's doing double duty right now. He's going to serve as chair of our committee, and he's one of 2 building professionals on the committee. Christian Valley is the other building professional, and he is also no stranger to building committees in Falmouth. The 3rd member is Jane Stimson, who's going to be the vice chair. She's an East Falmouth resident and currently working with the Massachusetts library system, so she's a bona fide librarian. The 4th person is Andrew Zimmerman. He's got a very unusual past to get him on a building committee. He's a retired pediatric neurologist, but he has a penchant for carpentry, so we're going to tap into that. I'm also the 5th member of the chair as chair of the Board of Library Trustees, and the Select Board appointed an alternate, Camille Romano, who's also a library trustee and recently retired CFO of the Woodwell Climate Research Center. So I'm going to let Brian brief you on where we go from here.
Thank you, Judy. Very quickly, the committee is going to review 7 potential providers for owner's project management services for the project, which is the first sort of step that we need to take in order to proceed through the planning and design phase. Shortly thereafter, we will be reviewing candidates for architect. We're going to issue a request for qualifications within the next week to start hopefully receiving applications from architects for the project. And once those 2 professionals are recommended and hired by the town, we'll proceed with the design of the new building. The design is based on the library building program, which we submitted and was approved by the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners in our application. It's essentially a Word version of how we envision the new library to look and feel and what it would have in it. It was a really interesting exercise and really gave us the opportunity to think about library services not only now, but 30 years into the future, which is the requirement that this building, if we were to get this grant, the library needed to function as a library for at least the next 30 years. So we're really excited about that. The next year will be full of reviewing those plans and designs, engaging with the Falmouth community, in particular East Falmouth, with regard to what they want to see in their library, and then submitting the plan and design for the new library to the state in December for review. Hopefully it gets reviewed and approved, at which point our process sort of comes to a stop for a little bit. East Falmouth received a wait listing for construction funding, which means that we won't build this library right away. We anticipate getting funding for the library construction in January 2028, so that's a couple of years away. But you know, that's how it goes. We are approved, we just have to sort of wait a little while to do it. And then hopefully once we get the green light in 2028, we would be looking at possible construction later on that year. You know, it's a really exciting process, it's a long process, but I'm really thrilled to be a part of it and to bring a wonderful library to the community of East Falmouth. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I had on my list. Any other boards or committees for a report? Hearing none, the main motion to accept the reports. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 4, this is to amend the town's position classification plan. Madam Chair.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend the town's position classification plan as printed.
Okay.
Good evening, Mike Renshaw, your town manager. I've only got a couple of slides I'd like to go through with you. As the town moderator mentioned in the warrant, the data in each of the tables is correct. The pay grades and pay ranges listed in the warrant booklet are correct. As town moderator mentioned, and I'm going to show you right now, the issue was in regards to the merging, inadvertent, erroneous merging of these two column headings. The new pay range merged these two cells and inadvertently showed the new grade under this column heading of new pay range. So that's the, that was the error that we wanted to point out. But again, all of the data within the cells of the table is correct. I want to talk for a moment with regards to the rationale and the justification for the request of these two new positions first. Over the past 22 months as your town manager, I've had the opportunity with the support and assistance of the assistant town manager to do a evaluation and assessment of each of the departments and divisions. And one of the things that Peter and I have focused on is looking at how we can enhance cohesion and collaboration within the organization. I'll start with the Deputy Building Commissioner, if I may. As you all know, the Building Commissioner's office has just an enormous workload on a day-to-day basis. So in our professional opinions, by creating this Deputy Building Commissioner position, it's going to add much needed support to that function. And importantly, in addition to the support due to the enormous workload, it's going to create succession planning. One of the issues over the past 22 months in evaluating the departments and divisions that I've noticed is that we're a little bit behind the curve, in my opinion, with regards to succession planning. So the creation of this position, which would be filled if approved by town meeting, the creation of the position would be filled through an internal promotion. The zoning compliance officer would fill this new role of Deputy Building Commissioner, would carry all of the certifications of the Building Commissioner, and would support the Building Commissioner when he or her is out of the office. Moving on to the Community Development Director position. This position, again, will provide much needed leadership and enhance what I think is a little bit lacking in the area of cohesion and coordination within the community development function. You see listed in this sample org chart the divisions that we propose to include under this new Community Development Director position. The job description will include duties of the town planner. It's proposed that the position would be filled by the town planner, that town planner position would not be backfilled, would assume the responsibilities and duties of the Community Development Director as well as the Town Planner position. The FY26 budget does not include funding for an additional position, and if approved tonight by town meeting, again, as I mentioned, the position would be filled by an internal candidate. Wanted to give town meeting an indication of the 5 divisions that we propose being included within this creation of this position. But again, after looking at the organization for the past 22 months, it's my opinion that creating both this Deputy Building Commissioner position and Community Development Director position is going to enhance the organizational effectiveness of the town. Lastly, I want to spend a moment talking about the 3 reclassification positions. As you can see in this table, the electrical inspector, plumbing and gas inspector, and local inspector. As you all know, the town of Falmouth, like other Cape towns, communities, we're challenged with regards to retention and recruitment of outstanding employees by increasing the existing grade from an A11 to A12 for these 3 positions, the inspector positions. We feel we're going to better position the town with regards to enhanced recruitment and, importantly, retention of good quality employees. And importantly, I also wanted to point out that this reclassification of these 3 positions would place the inspectors at the same level as the town electrician, whose work is inspected by the electrical inspector, that top listed position there. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, who held this one? Stand up, whoever held it, so we can get you a microphone. Oh, in the back, okay.
Thank you. Richard Doobie, Precinct 6. Just a quick question for Mike. This represents base pay. For instance, on the Community Development Director, $54.66 to $70 an hour. What is the total, is there a formula for figuring out the total compensation package that any position within town government gets, so that if we vote tonight to approve this, we're not just voting to approve the base pay range, we're voting to approve the total compensation package. How do we figure that out?
I can take a shot at that. Peter Johnson, Staub, Assistant Town Manager. So we're not adding any new positions to the budget under this article. So
No, Peter, I understand that. That's not my point. This would go for this, or were they new? Regardless, there is a total compensation package that this person would be getting. How do we figure out what that total, if they're making $70 an hour, what's their total compensation package?
Yeah, I was going to get to that, so now I'll finish the thought. So most of the benefits are not tied to the salary. So the biggest benefit expense is health insurance. There are some other insurances that go along with that, workers' compensation insurance, which is slightly changes. We don't have, to answer your question, we don't have one specific formula that we can use to say here's how much the benefit loading is going to change with an increase in salary. Vacation is a benefit, I guess, but that's not really an out-of-pocket cost to the town.
Is there a contribution to 401ks?
There is not. No, there's no other cash benefit that is tied to the wage rate. So it would really just be workers' comp. Insurance rating would go up a little bit, and the pension liability would be affected to some extent, and we don't have a direct formula for that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on Article 4? Hearing, oh, yeah.
Hey, Sean Lucy, Precinct 9. So the new positions, I understand they're just a reclassification, and so there's no new positions there. But are are they going to be backfilled at some point in the future, or is there a significant pay raise? Because like we could see the pay raise, the old pay raise for the three positions that are existing, but those two new positions, we don't see that information. Are you planning in a year or two to backfill those people? Because you're not really creating any new manpower within Town Hall.
So there's no current plans to backfill those positions. And I can say that with regards to the Deputy Building Commissioner position, as I recall, that is moving 4 grades from a current A9 to an A13. So that'll give you some relative idea of the grade change for that proposed new position. But there's no plan to backfill at this time.
Okay, the question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 5 is the omnibus budget. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 5 as recommended.
Okay, this is the yellow section in your warrant booklets. We're going to begin with a presentation on the budget, and then we will go through department by department. No blanket or anything, no hold, just if you have something, question, ask it, amendment, make it, and then we'll see what we can do to get the budget done.
Good evening. I'm Laura Citron, Director of Finance. I'm going to take you through a short budget presentation. Okay. All right, we used 4 guiding principles when we started the budget. So the first, when we talk about putting a budget together. So obviously we want to ensure long-term fiscal stability. We do that through conservative budgeting, and we did it this year also in the way that we're treating the debt drop-off. And that would be that transfer that we're making into the capital and debt stabilization fund to offset the reduction in debt service, so we don't lose that in our budget. We want to advance Select Board strategic plan priorities, maintain basic services and infrastructure, so there was no reduction in the current services, and there's no Proposition 2.5 override proposed. And those are the 4 main guiding principles when we start out with determining what we're thinking about and what kind of instructions we're going to give for preparing the budget. You'll have to remind me to move the slides forward. All right, the Select Board's strategic plan priorities, they're key to putting the budget together. I'm not going to read through them. What I will tell you is that the 7 priorities are part of a 5-year plan from fiscal year 2023 to fiscal year 2027. I believe it was updated in November 2024. And if you want to read the strategic plan, you can find it on the town's website. If you go under boards and commissions and then pick Select Board, on the left navigation pane, you can find the strategic plan if you're interested in reading that. Okay. Some of the resources that we thought about and allocated as a result of this strategic plan, we put obviously the $950,000 to Falmouth affordable housing. That's Article 10 in the warrant. Then we had some low-cost targeted funding in building, planning, and the Zoning Board of Appeals, primarily to strengthen the planning and permit review for housing. Targeted funding to public safety, necessary increases in operating expenses in water, wastewater, and waste management, particularly in the area of chemicals and supplies. And then we developed a budget to promote and increase financial and economic stability. The overview, the total recommended revenues for the fiscal year 26 budget, $183 million. The total appropriations of $183 million are broken down into 3 separate categories. One is the operating budget for $174 million, state and county assessments for $5.8 million, $5.9 million, And then other appropriations, which we'll talk about on slide 9 in a minute, of $3 million. So the revenues exceed the appropriation in the fiscal year proposed budget by about $9,200 at this point. Okay. So these are the proposed operating expenditures, the $174 million. On this, the pie chart, hopefully you can read it. I have to put my glasses on to read it if I'm not. Salaries and benefits equal $73.9 million of the whole of the 174 million. That includes the school benefits. It does not include the school salary stuff, but it does include all town salaries and benefits for everybody. School and VOTEC make up 65.5 million. Debt service is 12.3 million. Everything else combined is 22.5 million. That's how the total breaks out. All right, the increase in the operating budget from the prior year is 9.7 million. That's about a 5.9% increase. Where did the increase come from? Well, personal services, which are wages, salaries, compensation, overtime, 7.26% for 2.8 million. Employee benefits, primarily health insurance and retirement. The pension benefit increased by almost $3 million. That's 9.8. And then education in total, 5.4 for 3.2. That total is $9.1 million. So of the $9.7 million increase, those three items make up $9.1 million of it. The rest is less than 1%. It's insignificant. Okay. The other appropriations that we talked about. So the assessments, overlays, state aid offset, $5.9 million essentially. It's primarily the amount that the state tells us we have to pay. It's county tax, school choice charter schools, that's the biggest part of it at $3.1 million. Mosquito control, regional transit, and a couple of smaller ones like that. We also have a transfer, as I mentioned, into the capital and debt stabilization fund for $1.165 million. That's Article 7. And the reason we're doing that, as I briefly mentioned, is because there's a debt drop-off in fiscal year 26 of $1.165 million. And rather than using that reduction in debt service expense to offset operating expenses, what we wanted to do was to continue to appropriate that money and put it into the debt and capital stabilization fund so that we can hope to basically reduce maybe tax impacts in the future on the large, expensive capital projects that we know are coming down the pipe. The other post-employment benefit trust, OPEB trust, that's primarily retiree health insurance, maybe some retiree life insurance, is not pension. So this is an annual budget amount that of $500,000, that's Article 9. I will tell you that if we have certified free cash that can be offset against that in November, like we did last November, we might look for more money going into that trust in the coming November, but that's not a guarantee. And then the Falmouth Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Housing Fund, Article 10 for $950,000. So those are the other appropriations. If we go to revenues, the proposed revenues of $183 million, it's made up of four main categories. Property tax is 72% of it. State revenue of $14.2 million. $11.2 million of that is education aid. The rest is libraries, veterans benefits, some unrestricted general aid. And then we have local receipts of $32.9 million. You can find the detail that makes up these categories on page 48 in the warrant book, if you're interested in seeing specifically what those line items are. And the same thing with other available funds. That's mostly receipts reserved for appropriation, but the detail of those transfers is on page 49 in the warrant book. Specifically related to property tax, so the property tax calculation proposed is to take the base year from the prior year, the 119 million, increase it by the 2.5% that's allowed under Proposition 2.5. Add any estimate for new growth. We had an estimate of 900,000. It actually came in a little over $1 million, so we were pretty close to that, pretty close on that. Debt exclusions. The debt exclusions are for issued long-term debt only. It's not for, like, an example would be the North Falmouth School, which has now been issued as short-term debt. That's not considered long-term debt, so that would not show up in that number yet. But any debt that's been voted by the voters and approved as exempt can be used as a debt exclusion, although it does not have to be. We have the option of issuing that debt as non-excluded. And then the Cape Cod Commission amount, and there's an excess levy capacity that the town has of $1.5 million. We wanted to maintain that excess levy capacity, so it's removed from the taxes to get to the $132 million number. The next slide is local receipts. And I know this is, well, I guess it's not that difficult to read, but the key point on this is that you'll see the line right across the top that says fiscal year 26 estimated local receipts. And what I want to point out is that that number is below the amount we've actually received in fiscal year 23, fiscal year 24, and what we're going to receive in fiscal year 25. So we continue to stay very conservative in our estimates on local receipts. And I'm going to take this opportunity to just make a statement. We are monitoring the economic environment in the country right now and in the region. We're particularly paying attention to any federal policies that might affect inflation and anything that the tariffs may or may not cause. This is not a political speech. This is simply, we are monitoring that information. We think that our budgeting has been conservative enough that we can absorb some inflation in the budget. Otherwise, we have strong stabilization, strong amount of money in stabilization, and we have strong reserve funds. And there's always the possibility that if something drastic does happen, that we would come back to you at a future town meeting and say, we have to change this because things are more drastic than we anticipated they would be. I just want to take this opportunity to say everybody in the city works on the budget. So thank you to everybody for all of their assistance, and the town manager's office and the finance committee for all of their support and help with this. And the last page just gives you my contact information. If you have any questions at any time, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go through the line items, the yellow portion of the warrant booklet by category, starting under General Government Town Meeting, Select Board Town Manager. Yep, in the center, Ms. Donahue.
Bob Donahue, Precinct 3. Under personal services, 850,000. How many Ubers are you taking? I know this is salaries, not, but why don't we say how many it's listed as salaries and say how many people's salaries it is? I just think that it'd be a little more open to know that we have.
It's 7 full-time employees. If you look at the line 5, it tells you 7 FTEs.
Okay, I didn't know the, okay, I just didn't, I still say it should be on the same line that you got the number on, so we know just what you're talking about. Thank you.
Anything else under Select Board, Town Manager? Finance Department? Finance Committee? Town Accountant? Assessing? Town Treasurer Collector? Town Council? Yep. To my left. Yeah. And if I could just have folks stand, because I'm having people moving their hands, scratching their heads, but if you could stand, that'd be great. Thank you.
Tom Crane, Precinct 1. Just a very brief question. Under special counsel, how many separate matters do we have where we need special counsel?
I don't have a number off the top of my head. I did produce a litigation report, and there's a copy here in the back that lists all of the current cases that are before the court, some of which are handled by special counsel. This fiscal year, I have relied on outside counsel, special counsel quite a bit. They help me in all facets and all manner throughout the day, every day, so I don't think I could really define it. But this is a unique year, that's for sure.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Anything else under Town Council? Now, under Human Resources, there's a typo here. Line 37 should say Personal Services. Anything under Human Resources? Commission on Disabilities. Information Technology. Geographical Information Systems. Town Clerk. Elections. Under Community Development, Conservation Department. Planning Department. Zoning Appeals. Building Department. Health Department. Clinics and Nurses. Under Public Safety, the Police Department. The Fire Department. Consolidated Communications Department. Marine and Environmental Services. Under the Department of Public Works, Facilities Maintenance. Administration and Engineering. Highway Division. Snow and Ice Control. Street Lighting. Vehicle Fuel. Bikeways Committee. Fleet Services. Waste Management Facility. Solid Waste Collection. DPW Wastewater. DPW Water. DPW Parks. Under Education, the School Department. Mr. Hargraves.
Thank you. Peter Hargraves, Precinct 9. Thank you, Laura Citron, for your balm that you put on the current fiscal and economic challenges. Nevertheless, I do have a question as it relates to our town budget, because we're going to have to live with this for the next year. And specifically, Mr. Dart brought up $1.63 million for Title I and special ed, which comes from the federal government. And we know that they've already pulled $102 million out of Massachusetts, various other towns, not Falmouth. At various precinct meetings, I went to several of them, the question was raised, and the answer from the school leadership was, well, we can't cut any programs, and we don't have any other options to handle this. If the money is pulled, we'll have to come back to the town. And I'm not proposing that we cut anything. We have excellent schools, and we have a wonderful product coming out of them. But I do have a concern about meeting our funding obligations as we vote for this budget. I looked at available funds, and there's this tuition stabilization fund will have less than $50,000 left after Article 6. We have minimal free cash, and as Laura noted, our revenues are pretty tight to the appropriations, but we do have excess levy capacity. That's a problem to implement, but it looks like we might have money at the end of the year. And so all I'm saying is I asked this question with careful consideration about all discretionary spending on the warrant. And I wanted to frame it by saying this is money we have to spend, and I want to ask those concerned in the leadership who would have an impact on this, since we know it's a possibility, what is our plan to handle this $1.6 million? And I'll have questions on other articles pertaining to what I think is discretionary spending at this time.
So, great questions, and as I mentioned in several of the precinct meetings, the town manager's office, the finance office, continues to have dialogue with school departments. We don't, at this stage, I don't have a great response. The best that we can do right now, in my opinion, is to continue to have the dialogue with school departments, open communications, and monitor. $1.6 million, we would not be able to close that by reducing programs. Those are people, I believe, right? It's going to be difficult decisions to make. But Mr. Hargraves, a great question, and at this stage in town meeting, I apologize. What we're doing now is just having continuous dialogue and monitoring the situation. I think Laura, the finance director, talked about perhaps needing to come back depending upon what transpires over the coming months. We're hopeful, obviously, as we progress and moving forward, that we don't see those significant cuts and reductions in federal funding. But right now, what we're prepared to do is to, again, have open communications and dialogue and monitor the situation as best we can. And if there's a need to come back to town meeting in the future because things evolve beyond what our anticipation was, and then we'll have to do that. We'll have to have those crucial conversations and dialogue with town meeting in a future time. Laura, did you have anything to add to that, or Peter?
Okay. Mr. Brown.
Hi, Doug Brown, Select Board. I think you raised a good point, Mr. Hargraves, and I think we're going to also have to be somewhat prepared for November to expect the school committee to come back and ask us to help replenish their stabilization fund, which they've been having to use the last couple of years. So at the very least, we should expect that, and hopefully we'll hope for the best and try to prepare for the worst.
Mr. Neto?
Joe Nettle, Precinct 9. I would like to direct this to the school superintendent, and maybe she could get up and, seeing as us $1.6 million has been earmarked as a potential loss. Hopefully, Washington will send that money. But could you tell us, town meeting members, what programs that $1.6 million represents? And is there any contingency plans by your department? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neto. If you did not receive the flyer that we passed out this evening, we tried to outline that. But in short, it's the IDEA funds that funds special education. It's Title I that helps with our students students that are struggling with reading. So reading specialists, math support. It's basically based on our economic disadvantage percentage of students. And then we have Title III that is for our multilingual learners that you've seen in our presentations in the past continues to grow. And I'm happy to say we are fairly stable with the population here in Falmouth. As you know, in the budget presentation, 84% is staffing. You have, the utilities doesn't change much. We have busing contracts, all in the non-salary that really can't move. I don't know where you would pull money from unless it's staffing. And, Falmouth has shared many times over and over that small class sizes are very important in the education of offering our students and families, and that's where you would see the cuts.
Okay, anything else under school department? Upper Cape Vocational School? Under community services, senior services? Veteran services, human services, Falmouth Public Library, Recreation Department, Beach Department, Townwide expenses, retirement, unemployment, health insurance, life insurance, Medicare tax, other employee benefits, town insurance, debt service, long-term excluded debt, long-term unexcluded debt, short-term debt, and then the revenue categories. Question will come on the main motion of the omnibus budget as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Mr. Chairman, for notification. Just in case we do anything with it. If you want to notify reconsideration, just in case. I don't think we have to do anything with it, but just. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, I hereby serve notice of reconsideration of all articles passed under the blanket vote.
On the budget. For the budget.
For the budget.
For the budget. All right, that's just a technical thing in case we found a problem that we had to fix. We can't fix it after 30 minutes unless we serve notice of reconsideration. So Article 10. Article 10, Finance Committee for the main motion. This is the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 10 as recommended.
Okay, as recommended, this is to raise and appropriate $950,000 to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Who held this one? Mr. Hargraves?
Peter Hargraves, Precinct 9. Uncle Scrooge here again. I I'm standing to ask you to consider whether we need to vote this money at April town meeting when there are so many uncertainties ahead of us in these 6 months. And we could, without any harm or foul, reserve this vote for November town meeting. My objection to approving this now is based on the risk represented by unfunded town needs. One of them we just identified as a possibility. I don't know what the probability is for the school budget. The other relates to an article that will come up later on. But let me ask you to please keep in mind as you consider my request to make this very difficult vote against passing this article at this time. We're at the start of a 2-year safe harbor with 10% affordable units. The people involved have done a wonderful job of bringing developers, and in the report that was forwarded from the planning department, the housing people, and through Mr. Johnson-Staub to all the rest of us, there were 121 affordable units subsidized in 2024. I don't know how many other units were subsidized or were not subsidized. That data was not supplied. But considering all of what has been accomplished, you also, if you read the report that was forwarded, there is almost $6 million available without this Article 10, which is for $950,000. There's a $4.4 million balance on April 1st, and then Article 37, CPC is asking for $1.5 million. As I mentioned, we have $1.6 million in federal funds that may be at risk, and the other unfunded issue, which I'd like to talk about under Article 23, is the prospect of a $6 million project at the Neal Baseball Complex. And so there's no shame in saying what we've done for affordable housing and in deferring this funding till November so that at least we have something to look forward to as a way to service the schools should that need come up. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on Article 10. Mr. Neto?
Yes, I have a technical question because Article 10 is raise and appropriate $950,000. And if we do what Mr. Hargrave says, this is the spring town meeting. If we raise and appropriate this, technically $1 million, this is a figure that's used to determine your tax rate. We don't do this, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Renshaw, correct me? We couldn't raise and appropriate in November's town meeting. I'm getting confused here. If we don't raise this money now, we won't be able to get it in November. Am I right or wrong, sir?
Do we want to...
Mr. Moderator, I can respond to that. Laura Sitcher can respond to it as well. So we do most of the raise and appropriate budgeting that determines how the tax dollars are going to be spent at this town meeting. However, there is an opportunity in November. We set the tax rate and finalize the tax rate after the November town meeting. So there is one more opportunity to adjust the raise and appropriation amounts.
Mr. Hargraves, I'm not sure where you get the $6 million figure from, but I know you're on the Finance Committee, so you might be right. But when I read the article, it says that we're down to about $1 million and potentially have $2 million in the pipeline, which is not yet requested. Could you explain where you got that $6 million figure from?
Mr. Hargrave?
Right, but 2.9 is committed, right?
Yep. It's coming.
Thank you. I'd rather reserve that for Article 23, and I intend to clarify my statement there. The project's not $2 million, and it's not $4 million. And the last figure I saw, I don't believe everything I read in the enterprise, but it was quoted as $6 million. The answer really is we don't know what it's going to cost or the full extent of the contamination on that site.
Yep, Ms. Bissonnette.
But my point was that I see in the warrant book, it says the fund was 4 million, we have 2.9 committed.
No, he's talking about the costs potentially out at the Little League field.
On the fields,
Yeah.
unrelated to this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these apples and oranges here. Yep, go ahead.
Hi, Karen Bissonnette, Precinct 2. Peter did say there were 121 units, but I want everyone here to understand that all of those are actually not affordable. If you have a rental project, 25% have to be affordable, but all of those go towards our subsidized housing number. I know that sounds crazy, I think it is too, but I just want you to know they're actually affordable. So $950,000 will be money that the town gives to developers, and the going rate right now is about $150,000 per unit that the town gives developers, so that's 6.3 houses. Our housing production plan that was approved about a year ago says that we need at least 80 units per year. So I'm just saying if you take 80 times 150,000, it's a lot more than 950,000, and it's a lot more than the other money that was appropriated tonight. So I just want you to know that we still have affordable or attainable, whatever word you want to use, housing issue in Falmouth. We don't have enough housing for those that used to be middle-class people who we need so desperately to make our town sustainable and our economy vital. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on Article 10. The question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chairs of the ayes have it by a majority. Article 11, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 11 as recommended.
As recommended, this is to vote to transfer funds within the fiscal year as defined in the chart. Ms. Feynman Silva?
Thank you. Thank you. Sandy Feynman Silva, Precinct 2. This article has a section that pertains to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer position. And this position has already disappeared once in our past, and I'm worried that it will disappear again. So I wanted to amend this article under the, Town Manager Contractual Services. At the end of that little paragraph, until such time as the search is resumed and the position is filled. So I want it to be made clear that we are not going to be losing this position.
The position is in the classification, so this is just actually putting the money, moving the money within the line items.
And I would, indeed.
Yeah.
But the money was for a full-time position that was never filled. So now it's part of that money is going to be transferred to pay for a consultant. And I just want to put on the record that this is indeed a full-time position and that there will be a time soon when there is another search and the position will be filled.
Yeah. So the position, and we did just fund the next year's budget in the previous article. And so this is transferring some funding this fiscal year to be able to fill that gap, but the position was fully funded in the budget that we just voted on.
Good. Thank you. So, and let the record show that it will eventually be filled by a permanent individual, permanent position. That is my request. That's why I'm asking for the amendment.
Okay. So anything else on Article 11? The question will come as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 15. You'll see there's a recommendation by both the Finance Committee and the Select Board, but the Finance Committee will be placing the main motion on the floor since it is a financial article. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, Melissa Fartog, Precinct 6. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that the prior speaker actually had proposed an amendment.
Which was out of order, and I try to do that mildly so she could understand what we were actually doing, and I think she did understand that. She made a good point. We know that it's funded, but the motion to transfer line items with all this other superfluous language is beyond the scope of a transfer article.
Okay,
the position is still in the classification plan. It's fully funded in next year's budget.
I recognize that. I was just wondering procedurally, since she had
Procedurally, it
proposed
was beyond
an
the scope.
amendment. Okay.
It's beyond the scope.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
So the recommendation will come from the Finance Committee since it's a financial article, although you have a joint recommendation in the warrant of the Finance Committee and the Select Board. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 15 as recommended.
As recommended, this is the sewer project. So we'll do our opening presentation.
Hi, Amy Lowell, Wastewater Superintendent. I'm here to talk about Article 15, which is to fund construction of the Great Pond Phase 1 sewer project. The goal of that project is to improve water quality in Great Pond, as we're mandated to do by the state, and as we want to do. There are two Article 15 recommendations, as the moderator just mentioned. The Finance Committee's recommendation is to appropriate the funds for the project, and the Select Board's recommendation in your warrant book is for 70% of the applicable project cost to be paid through betterments assessed of abutting property owners, and that the remaining 30% of the applicable cost will be paid by the town. The Great Pond Phase 1 sewer project involves a sewer collection system constructed within the red outlined area on the figure up there. That includes the northeast portion of Mara Vista that was not sewered as part of the last project, as well as the T-Ticket Path Peninsula and Route 28, the properties abutting Route 28 along that area. It also involves a small new lift station in the Falmouth Port condominium property and a larger lift station on Brick Kiln Road at the very northern end of the Augusta parcel, which was purchased at a long ago town meeting with wastewater purposes identified as a potential future use. There are also force mains from the larger lift station on Brick Kiln Road, from there up to the wastewater treatment facility, the existing treatment facility off of Blacksmith Shop Road. The sewer service area, zooming in on that, in this figure, there are approximately 600 parcels in that area. It's estimated that there are 820, quote, sewer equivalent units in that area. That's because this includes, for example, Falmouth Port, which is one parcel but 210 condo units. And there are a couple of other units like that, or multi-unit parcels. Here's a breakdown of the total project cost. The two biggest portions of the project cost are two construction contracts. A collection system construction contract and a lift station and force main construction contract. There's also grinder pump procurement, grinder pump installation reimbursement, engineering services during construction, police details, and an allowance for utilities, fiscal, and legal. The total capital cost estimate is $60 million. That includes 16% contingency, which is distributed across those line items. A few notes on the project cost. The town anticipates a 0% interest loan for this project from the state that covers about 92% of the project cost. The town anticipates as well a 25% loan forgiveness on that loan for the project from the Cape and Islands Water Protection Fund. In addition, this project will be funded within the debt drop-off, i.e. there will be no tax increase for this project. There are several steps on the betterment that will be taken after town meeting by the Select Board. The Select Board will first vote how sewer equivalent units, or SEUs, will be assigned to types of properties. A single family home will continue to be a single sewer equivalent unit, but there are other types of properties, like commercial properties, for which the Select Board needs to determine how to assign sewer equivalent units. And they'll vote which project costs are applicable to the betterment. After the bids are opened, which is expected in fall of this year, the Select Board will vote an order of assessment. That will include a betterment plan and a list and the estimated assessment for each property in the sewer area. After the project is complete, which is expected in fall of 2027, it's about a 2-year project, the Select Board will vote to certify the final sewer equivalent unit value. That final value cannot be higher than the amount that was voted in the order of betterment assessment, but it can be lower if the final project cost is lower than it was estimated in the original order. The estimated betterment cost at this point is in the range of $27,000 to $40,000 per SEU, or per single family home. The betterment cost factors. What determines that amount is obviously the project cost, the final number of sewer equivalent units, which costs are determined to be applicable to the sewer service area, and the loan forgiveness amount. The betterment will be paid over 30 years at 0% interest. So if the range is $27,000 to $40,000 a year, total, then the annual payment would be between $900 and $1,333 per year. I did this last time. I forgot to say that I'm going to need 2 more minutes.
All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, 2/3.
Okay. I apologize. I forgot to ask at the beginning. The betterment cost. This betterment estimate is higher than the betterment was for Little Pond Sewer Service Area, the last project we did, primarily because of the escalation in construction costs over the more than 10 years since that project was completed. There are also fewer properties in this area, which means it's fewer properties to divide that larger construction cost over. It's also, on average, a larger lot size in this area. They're still relatively small lots compared to most of town, but they're a little bit bigger than they were in the last project. I do want to mention that in addition to the betterment, there are 2 other types of costs that the property owners in the service area will incur. The cost of sewer connection and septic system abandonment. And in addition, once a property is connected to the sewer, then that property owner now will get not just a water bill, but a water and sewer bill. And so that can mean a doubling or even tripling of the water and sewer bill after sewer connection, depending on the ratio of those water and sewer rates at the time. There is some assistance to the service area property owners with the sewer connection cost. Number 1, the town is going to provide the grinder pumps the way it did for the last project. That is a significant factor for those grinder pump connections. There's also a tax credit, which has increased since the last project. A total of up to $18,000 is available in a tax credit over up to 5 tax years. In addition, there is a 0% to 4% interest loan from the county aqua fund. The interest rate, I've provided a range. The interest rate depends on the income and residency of the applicant. The effluent discharge plan. So the town plans to discharge the treated wastewater from the Great Pond Sewer Service Area the Great Pond Phase 1 sewer area to the existing open sand beds at the main wastewater treatment facility under the existing groundwater discharge permit. So we're not applying for a modification to that permit. The town is also, as you have heard, planning to construct an outfall to the sound. We are working on the permitting and the planning for that project now. When the outfall is available, which is projected by the end of 2032, the plan is to stop regular discharge to the open sand beds at the main wastewater treatment facility and discharge all of that flow to the outfall instead. Therefore, the discharge of Great Pond Phase 1 area flow to the ground is only expected from 2027 to 2032, 5 or 6 years depending on when in the year the beginning and end is. Watershed plans and permitting. Great Pond is, of course, only one embayment and only one watershed in town. There are 14 watersheds within, 14 water bodies in town that are considered impaired and have total maximum daily loads. Over the next 5 years, the town has committed to preparing watershed plans and applying for watershed permits to meet the total maximum daily load limits for nitrogen for all of the coastal ponds in Falmouth. The plans will vary. Some watersheds can meet total maximum daily load limits with just innovative alternative septic systems and fertilizer and stormwater management. Some will use aquaculture in addition. One of them will use inlet widening as planned, and some will need sewering. Most notably, the South Coast ponds are pretty clear because of the density and the nature of those ponds that those areas will need sewering. Before the town can do more sewering beyond the Great Pond Phase 1, we need another discharge site, i.e. we need the outfall. Denitrifying septic systems and urine diversion cannot replace sewers. They do not achieve 100% nitrogen removal, which is required in some areas, particularly those lower watersheds to the coastal ponds in the south portion of Falmouth. There is no precedent for implementation of urine diversion at a large scale, meaning the kind of scale that would replace this project. Urine diversion and other alternative technologies may be considered, should be considered, but they should be used in lower density areas and or in areas that will not be sewered in the near term. The schedule. I want a reminder that in November of 2023, town meeting voted 173 to 23 to fund design of this project. The project has been designed, and assuming the funds are appropriated here, there will be a ballot vote in May on this funding. In the summer of 2025, assuming that it passes here and on the ballot, we will bid the construction projects. In fall of 2025, we will begin construction. Fall of 2027, again, it's a 2-year project. We expect the end of construction and to begin connections to the sewer. And then, of course, that begins the reduction of septic nitrogen load to Great Pond. By the end of 2032, the outfall is projected to be available, and that's when we would cease regular discharge to the ground at the main wastewater treatment facility. From 2026 to 2030, we will be developing watershed plans and applying for watershed permits in accordance with the schedule that we sent to the DEP, to the state. I wanted to go back to remind town meeting of the reasons why we need to proceed with this project now. Great Pond is severely degraded by nitrogen from septic systems. These pictures were taken in the upper portions of Great Pond in 2022. This sewer project is part of the town's state-approved plan. This plan was approved by the state in January of 2023. This sewer area is densely developed. Again, not quite as densely developed as the Little Pond area, but densely developed compared to much of Falmouth, and it's adjacent to the existing sewer service area. Sewering is the only way to remove 100% of the septic nitrogen load from the densely developed lower watersheds, as we've said is required in order to meet the total maximum daily load limit for Grape Pond. We should take advantage now of the available wastewater infrastructure funding. This project is on the state's funding list for this year. It's a very competitive list this year, more competitive than it's been in the past, and it's getting more so. Funding in future years is less certain due to increasing demands and rising costs. Vote yes, please, on Article 15 now to complete this long-planned initiative to improve water quality in Grape Pond and to secure state and regional funding while it's available. Meanwhile, the town will also pursue an outfall for all future treated wastewater discharge and prepare watershed plans to restore all of Falmouth's estuaries. Thank you.
Mr. Donahue.
Bob Donahue, Precinct 3. I'm also a Falmouth Port resident. And Mr. Moderator, is it all right if I ask a question of Amy before I
You
go
get
in?
4 minutes. You can do whatever you want with it.
Thank you. Amy, you're correct. Falmouth Port has 210 units. They do have only 55 septic systems because the units share the same outflow. Are we going to just divide the outflow? In other words, the units are 3 to 4 units share the same outflow. So are we going to charge share the 27,000 between the 3 or 4, or is it each one going to be charged? And if so, is that fair? You're a single-family house. You're going to be charging the 27 for the one outlet, but where there's 3 people, you're going to charge 4 times with only one outlet.
So the precedent has been, and I fully believe that the way this will go this time is that each unit would be charged a betterment. Those units, those condo units in Falmouth Port are all individually owned, and they are the equivalent of a single-family home as far as the betterment would be concerned.
But they only have the one outlet. Okay. Now, what I'd like to talk about, what I really stood up to stand for, I'd like to do an amendment to Article 15 to change the percentage numbers. I believe that the percentage numbers should be switched from 70% cost of the project and all other related costs of the project shall be paid by the town. This is a town project to benefit the town, and paid by the town. And as may be determined by the select board with the law, a betterment of 30% of the project shall be paid by the property owners. Folks, we're talking $27,000 to $40,000 right now. Let's use the $27,000 and say that the select board comes up with something and drops it down to $25,000, like they did in Little Pond. It was 15, and they dropped it down to 13.5. What is the next? Is the next step going to be 54,000 a house, and then the next step after that is going to be 108,000? There's a time where I think, and I'm just trying to be fair to everybody, that we start to look at these percentage numbers, and they should be changed so that the homeowners are not absorbing extremely large and burdensome amount of money. Most people in that part of Falmouth are retired or about to retire. They're on fixed income then, and you're going to hit them with, yes, it can be paid off over 30 years at $900 or $1,300, but $1,300 and $900 to some people is a lot of money, and it changes their budget. So I really ask that we change these numbers. I think the town can afford it. I was told that there is money in the budget, the way it stands. It will not change to 60 million, excuse me. It will not change anything. It just basically, does it come out of your pocket or does it come out of the town's pocket as a whole? And it is a town project. We've been told that ever since this sewering thing started back in, what was it, 2007 or whatever it was. So,
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
So we've got an amendment on the floor, which is to change the betterment apportionment, where 70% would be covered by the town, 30% would be the betterment. So that's the amendment that's on the floor. Yep, discussion on the amendment.
So also, I think you should keep in mind the people that are in the Little Pond Sewer Service area are currently paying their betterment, which is 70/30. Now they're going to be double dipped on paying your betterment too, or a larger portion of it. And then also keep in mind the fact that if the town does take on that significantly larger debt, that goes in the town's debt. It hurts our bond rating. I don't think it's really fair personally. I'm in the same area. I'm not on this phase, but I'm in the next phase, and I just don't think that's a fair approach.
to be very honest with
Nope,
you,
nope, you're all done. Mr. McConerty, if you want to speak again, I'll come back at some point, but I got a list.
Good evening, Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works, also Precinct 8. Just to talk about the 70-30 split, I did mention, I did have a conversation and a few words to say at Precinct 3. A 70-30 split has been done in the past over Falmouth Heights and also at Mara Vista. 70% to be paid by the homeowner, 30% to be paid by the town. My opinion, I believe that's appropriate. There's a value for the town, right, for 30%. We all want to do the right thing. We want clean water. We want clean shellfish. We want to be able to fish. We want to clean our estuaries. There's a value for the town. We want the visitors to come into the town, okay? So that seems like a fair assessment is 70-30. In addition, there are residents that are not in the sewer area, and they don't live below Route 28. So in addition to this, over the next 5 years, those residents will need to also install an IA system. So the residents will be paying for an IA system and then also be paying for the 30%. I think we all want to do the right thing, but in my opinion, and I believe there would be more in this room, is 70-30 would be appropriate. We've done it in the past. I think we should continue that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Netto.
Joe Netto, Precinct 9. I apologize, but I have a house on a sewer in the Little Pond sewer area. So when the 70-30 came up, there was no discussion 10 years ago. There was no amendments, and nobody sold their house because of the cost of the betterment. The way the betterment works is you get billed twice a year on your tax bill for 30 years. I haven't reached the 30 years yet, but it is doable. If you vote this amendment, what are you going to do for me? For the 1,500 people in Falmouth Heights and Mara Vista that had no problem with the 70-30. And what are you going to do with the people in New Silver Beach that 18 years ago we put the sewer in? And that's the betterment. That's what we have used. Let's not switch horses in the middle of the stream here, folks. Let's get some continuity and some professionalism on how we run the town of Falmouth and not knee-jerk reactions. And I apologize because I will ask for the mic on a housekeeping article on the grinder pumps before this is done. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, the gentleman in the aisle, do you want to speak on this amendment or on the underlying vote? On this amendment about betterment? No, so the phases of the project, that's the main motion? So I'll come back to you after we dispense with the amendment, because the amendment's just the betterment, switching 70-30. Anything else on the switching of the 70-30? Mr. Hargraves.
Peter Hargraves, Precinct 9. I have to tell you my bias on this. I'm strongly in favor of this project. But, you know, I have heard some undercurrent about what should go into the charges that are then divided 70-30. And this is not quite a public discussion, but I think it communicates that this is somewhat negotiable and may lead to the type of question that we're discussing on the floor here. I realize that 10 years ago it cost less, and with more units, it was distributed over a wider area, and so the cost was different. I like the principle of fairness, which is 70-30. You know, inflation is not within the domain of the DPW. And I hope that this spirit of fairness carries over as we look at the IAs and how we're going to handle the compensation, because that is a different kettle of fish in terms of getting your money from a tax credit, whether it's refundable or not. And I want to ask a question, and so I'm speaking in favor of keeping it 70-30, but I want to ask a question to clarify this whole point, which underlies, I think, this discussion. Besides the fact that you're a dwelling unit that's hooked to the sewer, is there any consideration given financially to income or financial condition or value of the house or anything besides the fact that you're hooking up to a sewer that would guide, you know, how much somebody has to pay? In my view, 70% is 70%, and everyone on that line pays the same amount of money. Is that true or not?
Mr. Moderator, I can respond to that. Okay. So the betterment is assessed based on sewer equivalent units. So it's really based on bedrooms. It's based on living units. We do not have the ability to means test or to have an adjustable betterment based on income. However, I would remind folks that there are some tax exemptions available to individuals based on age and income levels. So those are tax credits and exemptions that are available on property taxes, but they do not affect the betterment per se.
Okay, Mr. Donahue, did you have something to close this one out on the amendment?
Again, I'm in favor of the sewering project. There's no doubt about that. But I want everybody to think about this. What are the future costs? At some town meeting, the number is going to become untangible to pass on to the homeowners. And what are you going to do then? You're going to be in the same position we are right now. You're either going to change the percentage, and then that'll cause all kinds of aggravations, or you'll have to come up and have a sewer department, and the town will just pick up the total fee after that point. But I'm just saying that the numbers aren't right. If the normal thing was the $13,500 that Little Pond people paid, if it went up to 17, 18, okay, you'd say that's inflation and it'd be handled. But it's double, folks, twice as much, and it might be even more than that. If this project winds up that it's $40,000 a house, you folks that are up for election, are you going to want to say, oh, I voted for 40 grand for you in over 30 years. And God, if you are elderly and you pass away, your estate or your family are going to have to come up with the money because the loan has to be paid off immediately. There's no grandfathering. You can't pass it on to the next owner. So really, I think we should give this some real consideration. I'd like to hear something from the selectmen up there.
Okay, your time's up.
On their point in it, and from that point of view. Thank you.
Okay. One more, and then we're going to just vote on the amendment.
Mr. Donahue, I definitely agree the cost is a big concern, and I'm hoping that when we revisit this at a future select board meeting, my fellow select board members will look at these costs. Maybe we can back out the cost of the lift stations, identify some parts of the project that might not be applicable to the betterment. So, you know, it's not completely resolved what the numbers are, and we're going to do our best to keep them down. I agree with you, it's high, and it's scary for folks, but we can't just turn our heads and give up. And I don't think changing the formula is fair either. So.
Okay, the question is going to come just on the amendment. This is switching the betterment apportionment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. It's been to the chairs that the noes have it by a majority. I've got the gentleman in the aisle that had some questions.
Hey, my name's Calvin. I'm a Falmouth resident, and I just came here to ask some questions about sewer because I know there's actually been some changing to like the state funding when it comes to sewer, and it's the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. There's actually like major changes on it. There's a $50 million cap, and they're eliminating over like the carryover and stuff like that. I'm wondering how that's going to affect the other phases of the sewering project and how that might, you know, get transferred over to homeowners. And what's this hostility to a multifaceted approach to addressing our nitrogen pollution problem that we have in the town of Falmouth?
Ms. Lowe.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, no problem.
What you're referring to is that the state's program that provides the 0% interest loans has this year changed it so that they have a cap of $50 million per project, so this project is funded at $50 million for this year. The $60 million in the $60 million budget for this project includes a couple of things that are not eligible for the SRF loan. The grinder pumps and any grinder pump reimbursement are not eligible. So the total project cost that is eligible for the loan is really closer to $55 million. So what that means is that that last $4 or $5 million that is not eligible this year, either the town applies for an SRF loan for the coming the coming funding year, or the town borrows that on its own. The town can borrow that on its own. So those are the options. And for future projects, it really just means that we are going to plan to divide those projects into $50 million pieces or fund them over multiple years as we are potentially going to do on this project.
So does that like affect the actual time span of these plans and the actual cost of these, you know, phase 2, phase 3 and stuff like that? Because when I see that and I hear the other, you know, individuals like other individuals in the meeting talk about the costs being over to like tax, you know, residents, homeowners and stuff, that's like real concern to me. It gets to a point where it becomes unreasonable to not try to look at other approaches, or at least try to take a multifaceted approach in areas where it might make sense to help lessen the cost to homeowners and residents when it comes to that approach. That's all, you know, I really want to bring up.
We will definitely be taking multifaceted approaches. We are focused right now on this sewering project. There will be a number of future sewer phases. It is not a significant impact to break the projects up into $50 million increments. That's a big project. And so, for example, the outfall project can be divided into the outfall portion and the force main between the treatment plant and the outfall point. and sewer service areas can be split into two areas. So I don't think it's a significant impact on the structure of the schedule for future projects.
So you don't think it'll affect the cost at all, that on top of like the terrace and everything that I'm seeing, like the economic nature? That's just my question. I'm just trying to be a little bit more foresight, because I feel like this sewering could balloon to be not in Falmouth's, greatest benefit to, keep furthering the sewer plan if the costs just don't outweigh the benefits. Which I'm not saying, controlling our nitrogen pollution is, not beneficial, but I think there might be other approaches to that. Maybe alternative septic systems, urine diversion, in regions where it makes sense,
Right, and those approaches are going to be an important part of the town's plan for many, if not all, of the watersheds. The sewering is the most expensive part, but it also accomplishes the most for nitrogen removal. So those alternative approaches are an important part of the town's plans, but they cannot replace sewering.
Are we looking into those other approaches? Are we doing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Waterbury.
John Waterbury, Precinct 1, and a member of the Water Quality Management Committee. At the fall town meeting, we passed by a large majority the funds for the design and permitting of Phase 1 of the Great Pond Sewer Project. On behalf of the committee, I would urge you to once again cut through the noise and approve Article 15 so that we can continue to make progress at recovering our coastal ponds.
Mr. Smolowitz.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ron Smolowitz, Precinct 8. Just have a couple of questions about wording, trying to understand the financing. So in the Finance Committee recommendation, it talks about the open sand beds for discharge of treated wastewater, including without limitation all costs incidental and related. What does without limitation mean?
I'll take a stab at that. So it is language recommended by bond counsel so that we don't get hung up on a technicality of a directly related project cost, to make sure that all of the costs for the purposes that have been, I think pretty clearly identified and articulated in the article, in this recommendation, in the motion, and in the presentations. So it's a catch-all recommended by bond counsel.
So the town meeting is approving $60 million. If the price is higher than that, do you come back to town meeting? Do you stop the project and come back?
So we cannot enter a contract in an amount above what town meeting has authorized. So if the project comes in over budget, our options are to scale back the scope of the project and go back out to bid again, or if, perhaps the original project might have be structured in such a way that less than the entire contemplated project could be awarded if the funds do not allow award of the entire scope of the project. But if, let's say inflation goes through the roof and the project comes in at $60 million, we cannot proceed. We would need to come back to town meeting for an appropriation to go. We can't spend over the amount that's voted by town meeting.
And without limitation, then, okay, I can understand that. And one last question. So currently the state says we could get $50 million. But as some of us have experienced, what the government gives, the government could take away. What if that changes to $30 million? Do we go back to town meeting on this? Or do we end up borrowing additional money and increasing the betterments?
I can respond to that as well. So, you know, I don't want to go too far down the path of hypotheticals. Thankfully, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has not reneged on contractual grant obligations.
Not yet.
But I expect what we would have to do if the amount of the 0% interest loan is far less than what's anticipated, we would have to look at that to see if we can still fit it within the debt drop-off and take on that borrowing without causing a tax increase. And if we can, we would proceed, and if we cannot, then we would need to consider some other action, such as coming back to town meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Handlick?
Yes, my name is Matt Hanley from Precinct 6. I live in Thomas Landers Road. I think everyone here is familiar with my stance on this sewer project. There's too many unknowns, and I've been asking for transparency from the Water Quality Management Committee and our Board of Selectmen for years. In fact, the Board of Selectmen and the Water Quality Management Committee has stonewalled me and many other people that have been asking questions about the cost of this project and the consequences of this project. So I've been forced to go to Mass DEP to get my questions answered. And Mass DEP has been listening, and they've been very interested in what I've had to say. I want to bring to everyone's attention here that this article being approved will be a nightmare for this town. And I'll give you reasons why. First of all, if you look at the reasons you should vote and not vote up or vote down an article, it's called the foot in the door, or putting the cart before the horse. This town was going for additional discharge. We're all familiar with Amy Lowell's speech at the last town meeting saying we need to have a discharge site to do this section of sewering. Well, the town's additional flow, their application was refused because I asked questions of Mass DEP about environmental concerns and deficiencies in our reports and hydrological studies. It has since been discovered from my inquiries with Mass DEP that there's wetlands directly down gradient from beds 14 and 15. There is unsatisfactory fill material. In this article, it talks about modifying those beds and fixing beds 14 and 15 as part of this article. They are removing that unsatisfactory fill material that was placed in those beds. In addition to that, there was previously identified endangered species on the original bed construction that was overlooked. And so now Mass DEP is forcing our town to redo their hydrological study. Those don't happen overnight. That has to go back and forth through Mass DEP approval. That's not going to happen in the next 6 months. So I'm asking this town meeting to vote down this article because of these questions. We need this town, every homeowner in this town needs to know what their betterment's going to be and what their betterment is paying for. So is this betterment that's being charged to these 800 or 600 parcels, is that for the collection system, or are we paying for the force main and the pumping stations? Because that force main, if we're paying for that, that force main is being sized for phase 2. So the phase 1 homes paying for phase 2's force main, let's ask these questions. I've been asking the Water Quality Management Committee and Amy Lowell to have public hearings and notify the homeowners that are going to have grinder pumps on their property. And that grinder pump's going to be hooked into your electrical panel. And so if your electrical panel doesn't have enough capacity, then you got to upgrade your electric system at your cost. So you got a $40,000 betterment plus your hookup of $16,000 to $25,000. And then if your electric panel needs to be upgraded, you got another 10 grand on top. Now, let's go by the real reasons that will legally defeat this with Mass DEP. So this project, our current wastewater discharge permit in our town that we are using right now has a threshold of 80%. Now, if the town of Falmouth exceeds that threshold, they need to work with Mass DEP to come up with a remediation plan.
Okay, Mr. Hanley, 4 minutes.
Can I
is
ask
up.
for 2 more minutes?
No. You can get back in line for 2 minutes. The speaking is 4 minutes the first time, 2 minutes the second. It's committee reports that can be extended.
Okay, I'd like to ask for to speak again
So
before this is closed.
I'll put you back on the list. Ms. Bumpus? Mr. Rafferty, I'll put you on the list. Was it Ms. Bumpus? No? Sorry.
Lynn Shad, Precinct 3. I just wanted to get back to the tax break for this work. I have benefited from the first sewer project, and we did have a betterment against our property, but came to learn that because at the time it was a secondary property, not our primary home, that we weren't eligible for that. So could someone speak to that? Does anybody know about that? Does it apply? Would the tax breaks apply to primary and secondary homes? Because there's quite a few secondary homes.
Ms. Lowell, do you have an answer to that?
You're correct that in general, the tax credits are available for primary home owners. Or do you have anything to the contrary? Yes, you're correct about that.
Mr. Netto?
Joe Netto, Precinct 9. I'm here to try to protect the 400 grinder pump installations in the sewer area. And this is a little bit of a housekeeping article. Mr. Moderator, through you, if I could speak to the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, please. 10 years ago, when we did the Little Pond sewer area, there were 700 grinder pumps in the engineering plans, and nobody knew what a grinder pump was or what it cost, blah, blah, blah. And the town's attitude was, we'll pay for the grinder pump and you pay for the maintenance. So a group of us got together and we passed Article 24 in the 2015 November town meeting, and town meeting backed our thinking. And our thinking was that the people with the grinder pumps shouldn't have to bear any undue or unnecessary cost more than those of us that have a gravity system. So the Board of Selectmen adopted the policy, and in talking with Mrs. Lowell this week, there's a little snafu in the Board of Selectmen that's got to do some housekeeping. So the Selectmen's policy is only for the Little Pond sewer project. And that was voted by the Board of Selectmen on May 15th, 2016. So, Madam Chairperson, would you please put on the agenda for the Board of Selectmen to adopt the same policy that the people in the Little Pond sewer area had towards grinder pumps to this project? And could you make it a general policy for all other sewer projects? Because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around here to remember these things. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the
Madam
question,
Chair.
Mr. Netto. I'm well aware of the policy that was voted and when it was voted, and I would tell you that I'm certain that the Board of Selectmen would take it up with our wastewater superintendent, Amy Lowell, to have a discussion. I cannot tell you how the vote will go. You're asking me to put that forth. I can't do that, but they certainly would have it on an agenda in consultation with our wastewater superintendent.
Okay, Mr. Rafferty?
I'm Stephen Rafferty. I'm a resident of Precinct 2. I'm also the chair of the Water Quality Management Committee. I've never been accused of not being loud enough in a crowd like this before. I am Stephen Rafferty, and I'm from Precinct 2. I am the chair of the Water Quality Management Committee. I want to say that we meet every 2 weeks. We discuss everything in a very open forum. We allow attendees to comment and ask questions. We have had individuals put forth 28 questions to us, for which we've provided written answers. This is a good project, and it's a fundable project, and it's a necessary project. We are wrestling on the Water Quality Management Committee with a very large conundrum of how many people will have to get IAs, how many areas will have to get sewers, and how we will pay it. We don't have all the answers yet, but we are working diligently. We have a damn good committee. This is one piece of the jigsaw puzzle. It's a known piece of the jigsaw puzzle. And it's a piece of the puzzle that this town should vote for and should move forward, because we have to keep making progress to clean up our estuaries. And I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Mr. McConerty.
Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. I just wanted to make a few comments of what has been heard here tonight. First, before we start, I'd like to say thank you to our wastewater superintendent, Amy Lowell. She's been here since the beginning. Amy's been here since the beginning. When I started, she was already working with Public Works. This project with this sewer has been going on for over 15 years. It's always been the goal to sewer south of Route 28. The town's never wavered from that. We've been working on that for 15 years. We're looking to move forward with TASA Phase 1. We will move forward to go to Phase 2. In the interim, this is a much larger plan. We're looking to bring an outfall structure to Vineyard Sound. If we do that, then we can have more systems come into our system. We will stop regular use at the plant, but just to clarify, the town has not wavered. I've been here since 2007. I've heard the same response and the same goal that we've been waiting for, and we've all been looking for. So please vote positive and vote this. Thank you very much.
Mr. Patamas. Oh, okay. We got a motion to close discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. To the chairs that the ayes have it by the 2/3, and the question will come on the main motion. The main motion as recommended. Let's queue up a slide. This requires a 2/3 vote. We'll be voting with the electronic devices. We'll be voting with the electronic devices. Mr. Constable, would you take my engineer out of this auditorium? Thank you. Give him one chance to put the hat on and sit down, and then take him out. And Malcolm, if I need to go and show all the emails of harassment over the last 2 weeks, you're going to lose this one. We got the slide ready? You got the slides ready? All those in favor signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed signify by pressing 2B. By a counted vote of 174 in favor, and 18 opposed. The necessary two-thirds passes, and the article passes. Mr. Chairman, the main motion, or the main recommendation on Article 16.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 16.
Well, just recommended.
Oh, we recommend indefinite postponement on Article 16.
Okay, Article 16, the recommendation is indefinite postponement. Do I have a positive motion on the floor? Yep. Positive motion as printed? Okay, Article 16 as printed.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and congratulations with the last vote. My name is Hilda Menge. This is Earl Barnhart, and we both are petitioners. Ron Zweig is also in the audience somewhere, also a petitioner. We both are from Precinct 8, and we are board members of the Green Center. I would like to start to give a little short...
We're having trouble here, and if you could just speak a little closer to the mic,
sure.
please.
I would like to give a short presentation about the history of the urine diversion program. But first, I want to just tell people, the Massachusetts Department Guidelines for Wastewater Planning says the plan should be the most cost-effective and environmentally sound plan. And we are trying to do that with urine diversion. And we also think that, indeed, like Leslie said, the environment is very important. In April 23, exactly 2 years ago, we brought up the idea of urine diversion and proposed to this body here to spend $950,000 on a project to show that urine diversion might have a good future in wastewater management. And since then, at that time, just as I finished speaking about it, I got a text from Sue Moran, who was the senator at that time, and she said, "Excellent idea, please give me your budget." And we did. So we talked to her staff, we talked to Mass DEP, we talked to Mass Tech, and together we came up with a proposal. I forward quickly beyond that. 2 years later now, we are here, after we managed all that, all those proposals, and now we are 2 years later, and we have, I think, achieved quite a lot. We have come a long way. A lot of towns on the Cape, South Coast, and the islands are interested. There's an American standard that's looking into maybe making a toilet specially for urine diversion for this country, and that's all due to what we here in Falmouth have achieved. So we ask you now to think about what we're trying to do with these two projects and try to explain what our goal is.
Yes. We have an ideal urine diversion pilot project in our minds, and it would use many kinds of urine diverting fixtures instead of only one. It would subsidize the cost of installations by the homeowner. It would transport the urine out of the watershed. It would get credit from the state for actual pounds of nitrogen removed, and it would be used in 50% of the properties in Falmouth that are not to be sewered or to have IAs. Today we are petitioning town meeting to support two articles that will move Falmouth closer to our ideal pilot project. So it's important to divert urine because urine contains 80% of the nitrogen in the wastewater. Nitrogen is the problem. Urine is only 1% of the volume of the wastewater. It's an affordable and efficient way to manage the nitrogen in the wastewater. It is the most affordable and efficient way to manage phosphorus in the wastewater. The sooner we start urine diversion, the sooner we will clean our waters. Article 16 and 17, this will have several things in common. We're only talking about 16 now, but they both are studies that we propose to be funded and conducted by the town. These studies do not duplicate MassTech's current planning tasks and activities. Neither of these studies are in MassTech's current planning. Neither studies need approval from Mass DP or Mass Plumbing Board. They will identify homes that are suitable for urine diversion installation and find participants who are willing to proceed with it. They will give data to compare the cost of urine diversion with IAs and sewers. So how much has the town funded or spent on urine diversion so far? The selectmen gave $80,000 to MassTech to start planning the feasibility of doing a big project. The last town meeting gave $106,000 to also give to MassTech to continue their planning. Most recently, the Select Board has given $33,000 more to MassTech to continue certain aspects of their planning. Out of the 106, so there's 73,000 not spent and said to be not needed. Why do these studies not need Mass DEP and Mass Plumbing Board approval? Sorry, how do you back up? The first one, the assessment of the cost of urine diversion in a house, is just a consultant going into the house and talking to the people and making estimates. The Mass DP and Plumbing Board have no authority over that. The second one is a project that uses urine transportation away from the homes, and that is under the aspects of the Mass DEP, and the use of the portable fixtures in the project are allowed by the Falmouth Board of Health because it is not a public health risk. So these are not under the current MassTech tasks. They have 9 tasks. Number 6 says assessments. They only are going to acquire lists, communicate parameters, obtain signed agreements, and submit signed agreements. They're not going to assess the cost of urine diversion in homes. We want to get these in costs before the town meeting is asked to commit a whole bunch of money for a big project in November. We want to identify homeowners who might join the big project by doing this one. We want to compare the average costs of urine diversion with IAs and sewers, and we want to establish the costs for a wider range of fixtures than is proposed by the current MassTech plan. The budget for the first one is just to go find out the costs of urine diversion in homes, 50 homes. It cost $48,000. This is less than the cost of one betterment hookup for one residential sewer. So please vote for Article 16. Thank you.
Okay, discussion on Article 16.
16.
Mr. Brown.
I see you made a statement that the DEP's approval is not required, and why is that? Wouldn't you need to transport the urine somewhere and have a destination?
The authority of the DEP is to transport urine to an approved disposal site by a licensed hauler. This project would use a licensed hauler to move the urine, and it would go to an approved disposal site.
And a follow-up, if I could, and what about the portable units? There's no approval required for the health and...
The portable urinals proposed to be used in Article 17. That's not this one. This Article 16 is only to assess the cost of installing fixtures in a home. We'll save that one.
What kind of fixtures were we talking about?
We would like to have the assessment of half a dozen different urine diverting fixtures which are commercially available in the world and are used widely in other parts of the world to see which ones would be acceptable and adaptable to homes in Falmouth. So up to a dozen.
10 years ago, when we did the eco-toilet program here in Falmouth, we submitted, I don't remember exactly, but about 10 different fixtures. And at that time, the Mass Plumbing Board approved them for the use as a pilot project. And we have to keep that in mind. We are not asking anybody eventually, to approve them now. We want to have them approved as a pilot project. And from there, we hope eventually that manufacturers will go through the trouble, get them certified, and be on the list of approved projects, fixtures. But we did that 10 years ago. there's a different group of people in the Mass Plumbing Board, so I don't know how far Mastic has gone to ask for it, but I know they would like to see many more than just one on that list, and they have a list that we have made together of what are the best ones to propose.
But isn't that the same thing that the town is pursuing now to get
No.
that same permission?
Not that I know of.
No one knows what they're doing now because MassTech does not give the public information of the details of their plan. As far as we've been able to gather, the proposal is to use a single European urine diverting flush toilet, which is among the most expensive toilets in the world. It's plumbed for European in-the-wall plumbing, and we would like to use much more affordable ones, a wider variety of ones. The problem with the MassTech plan is if they approve a DEP to use the single toilet in this 3-year study, when you're done, you will only be able to use that particular toilet to get credit as an IA. You won't be able to use any other kind of urine diverting fixtures that are available.
Okay, Mr. Smolowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ron Smolowitz, Precinct 8. I strongly support this article and the following article because we have to keep our options open. And we're talking about $150,000 for these two articles. We just voted $60 million for one phase of a sewer system. The next phase will probably be $100 million. The outfall, God knows what that's going to be. We need to look at these options. And it's not as weird as the idea of these little buckets that you pee in. I mean, Falmouth Hospital, I was there this morning. They have the waterless urinals. It's just a question of plumbing. So I really think that we need to go down as many different pathways as possible here. And so I just urge support of this concept. Thank you.
Mr. Dinan.
Bill Dinan, Precinct 5, New Silver Beach. I was prior Vice President of Southeast Association of Boards of Health, and I'm just curious with the Falmouth Board of Health, if they have any updates on this. What other towns are doing it? What restrictions does the Board of Health put on this as far as control? Who puts the product out on the street? How is it contained? And the possibility of spreading of any germs. So does the Falmouth Board of Health have anything on this? If anything was discussed in the regional meetings? Or?
I think you're discussing articles...
Oh, he's asking for the Board of Health.
Sorry?
Anyone from the Board of Health want to answer his questions?
Excuse me, this Article 17...
Scott McGann, our health agent, is prepared to address this.
Scott?
There we go. I guess. Here you go.
Scott McGann, health agent. Anything inside the house is the plumbing code. So the Board of Health doesn't have any control over a plumbing fixture. That would be approved by the state plumbing code and the plumbing board. And his term is, you couldn't hear me? So the plumbing board is going to be the authority for plumbing fixtures inside the house. Septic systems are outside, that's with the Board of Health. It would really, the handling of the urine and would require a licensed pumper to actually take it and haul it. So that would be it for the Board of Health as far as handling of the urine. Did that answer your question?
Well, let's do a microphone.
Handling solid waste outside of the household, isn't that a violation, a health violation?
Solid waste of?
Human waste, yes.
Well, there still need to be a septic for the other things that aren't urine, as far as
There's
that.
two separate containers. They should be, they have to be controlled. Who handles them? You don't have children bringing them out to the street and leaving them there?
Well, that
to be picked
hasn't
up?
been discussed at the Board of Health, no, as far as handling of the urine containers. All the
Yeah.
other stuff would have to go into a Title V system.
Okay,
So
there has to be.
all your water, your gray water, your water from the rest of the black water would also have to go into a septic system. The urine would be diverted into a container, which would then be handled by some mechanism and yet to be determined.
What, do you know any other towns that have this program that have it out and put it out in the street?
In Massachusetts, I do not.
Okay.
And they don't put it on the street either. It's not like it's going in a recycling bin. That's not what
Well,
we're
you
talking
put it
about.
out to be picked up.
Okay, Ms. Lichtenstein? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what's the point of order?
We should be talking about Article 16, not about Article 17.
Okay. Ms. Lichtenstein?
Leslie Lichtenstein, Precinct 8. I'm not a mathematician, but I figured out that this article is asking for 0.06% of what we just spent on one very tiny area of the town. We got to start somewhere, folks. Maybe this isn't going to work, but we got to try it. Somebody tried solar panels. They weren't great 20 years ago. They're a whole lot better now. Let's give it a shot, huh? I mean, we're not talking big bucks here.
Okay. The gentleman in the aisle? The red shirt in the aisle? Yeah. Mr. Finneran? I don't know. I can't see it. Okay.
Mark Finneran, Precinct 2. We all know that this isn't going to do anything to limit the amount of sewering we're doing. That's all south of 28. But further, in the future, the DEP is going to mandate more and more properties north of 28 install IA systems, which actually do nothing at the present moment to remove the phosphorus. This potential here is to remove 50% of the phosphorus. That would, or that is one of the largest contributors to the pollution we have in all our ponds. The cost of this article is equal to the cost of one IA system. We're supposed to be a scientific community. I mean, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And I think to not try this, and if you want to prove that it doesn't work, would just be foolish. It's just such a small amount of money. And the potential for this to save many of the 21,000 households roughly in this town $10, $20, $30, $40,000 per, I think it would be foolish for us not to vote this article and at least find out whether it works or not. I mean, 80% of the nitrogen is in the urine. 50% of the phosphorus, again, is what damages our ponds, is in the urine, and it's easily removed. I just think it would be foolish if we didn't give this a shot. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Johnson-Stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I just want to say that neither I personally nor administration is opposed to urine diversion. I offered to represent our office on the urine diversion working group because I'm personally intrigued by it. I just did want to provide some context and information to clarify a couple of points. First of all, the feasibility study that we are now undertaking with the Massachusetts Alternative Septic System Test Center, MASTEC, is looking at general use plumbing board approval because we're looking for a fixture. We want the larger pilot project if we can get there. We're trying to assess the feasibility of undertaking $1 million pilot project. And if we do that pilot project, we want to do it with fixtures that can actually be used in the long term. So the focus has been on general use plumbing board approval. Currently, there are none, and that's what we're working on. The cost of installation of urine diversion systems is difficult to pinpoint right now because, again, none of them have been approved for general use. However, it is addressed in the scope of the current feasibility study under item number 2. That's the participant agreement, in which we will endeavor to identify the responsibilities of the homeowner and the responsibilities of the town with respect to participation in a pilot agreement. And in order to do that, we need to know what the costs are so that we can know what portion of the cost the town might subsidize. MassTech has identified a range using a generic installation of a generic urine diversion fixture, and that range is $5,000 to $15,000. So is urine diversion a cheap way to remove nitrogen? Absolutely. It doesn't remove 100%, can't replace sewers, but it is clearly, if it is feasible, it is clearly a cost-effective way to remove urine. The last point I wanted to touch on is that the town meeting vote to approve $106,000, as was pointed out, $33,000 of that has been allocated to continue the work with MassTech on this feasibility study, which leaves $70,000 unallocated and that could potentially be used along the lines of what these two articles are proposing.
Mr. Duffney.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Duffney, Precinct 6. I've been intrigued by this for some time now, several years, and I've been involved in following what Hilda and Earl are doing. Thank you very much for taking the lead on this, because otherwise it's not going to get done. And I'm just remind some of us of 50 years ago, when if you said, we're going to use oysters and we're going to clean up our ponds, people would laugh at us, and they certainly would not fund a study to see if oysters were going to be the solution. Okay? We have some folks from Woods Hole that thought even further out of the box and decided to see how do wood chips work if you bury them in the ground at about 6 feet in depth and at the headwaters of Walkway Bay. And they've developed a system that's called a reactive barrier membrane, and I think a lot of you have probably heard of that. Where I'm going with this is these are technologies that really started in Falmouth, low-tech technologies. This is low-tech technology. I'm one that believes in as many tools in the kit as I can have, I'm going to get. Because the more tools I have in my kit, the more solutions I'm going to be able to solve. I'm not going to find one solution that's going to solve all of them. I'm not going to find 2 or 3. And so where I'm going with this, $49,000, $48,000 is not a lot of money for us to continue to be one of the leaders on the Cape. We, I believe, are the leader on the Cape in sewering, period, sewering systems. The DEP is recently, or the EPA recently forced the rest of the towns on the Cape to get on board. Mashpee doesn't have a sewage treatment plant like we have. They have, a private one. Most of the towns don't have that. And where I'm going with this, folks, is let's continue to be the leaders in this here. It's not a lot of money to learn about this, the tools that are needed in the kit and where this is going to go from here. Thank you very much.
Ms. Azendorf.
Thank you. Martha Azendorf, Precinct 6. Right now, we spend tens of millions of dollars cleaning. I voted for the last article. I'm voting for the next 2, by the way. We spend tens of millions of dollars cleaning the water to send it to our homes as drinking water. In our own houses, in our bathrooms, we take this beautiful drinking water and we throw raw sewage in it. If we're on the sewer system, it then gets piped back to another plant where for tens of millions of dollars, we clean this water again. Really, really clean it, and then we throw it away. Right now, we throw it away in the ground. With the outfall pipe, we propose to throw it away in the water. What if we treated it before we threw it in the drinking water? This urine diversion, I am hugely in favor of. I will, at some point, have to go on an IA system. I'll have to rip up my driveway to do it. It will be hugely expensive. The idea of taking a variety of treatment options is wonderful, and I wholeheartedly support it. If I could put in 3 urine-diverting toilets instead of an IA system, I would love it. Please vote for this article. Thank you.
Ms. Whitehead. Ms. Whitehead was next. I've got a list with a lot of names. Ms. Whitehead. I think, no? Who near you had their hand up? Oh, it was behind you. Ms. Lowell? I thought it was your hand. She's sitting behind you, and I just saw the hand.
Thank you, Vicki Lowell, Precinct 1. I think a lot of positive things have been said. I'd just like to say that Hilda and Earl have been working on this for a long time, and they're in my age cohort. And I think it would be nice, what they're trying to do is just move it along a little faster while they're still here to see, and hopefully they'll be here long enough to see us actually doing it. So I wanted to correct Leslie's, well, not correct it, but maybe talk about her percentage. It's actually 0.002 for both articles. It's just a minuscule amount, and if we can move this ahead so we actually see whether we can do this and not just sort of wait for the state to do this and that, if we can push it ahead a little faster, I think it's certainly a good thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, the next one I had was in the center. Yep.
Thank you. Richard Johnson, Precinct 2. I just want to point out that the watershed permits have to be completed in 5 years. Getting urine diversion approved as an IA system is likely to take 4 years. We do not have a second to waste. Let's vote to approve this.
Okay, Ms. Welsh? Was it not? Yeah.
I heard all the calls for question, but I have a quick question myself. Sorry. Kelly Welch, Precinct 2. So it says the purpose of the dollars is to conduct an assessment, and I'm wondering who's actually going to conduct that assessment and come to some conclusion.
MasTech currently hires expert consultants to advise them on urine diversion and installation of urine diversion fixtures. One of them is a company in Maine. He's their major consultant on the cost of installing these things. I suspect MasTech would be contracted to do this work by the town as an extension of what they're already doing, and I expect he would be hired to do that. It's called Nutrient Networks. It's a company in Maine.
And their only purpose is to install eco-toilets in the whole New England area, so they have a lot of experience.
Okay, to my far left over here. I saw a hand over here somewhere. Yep.
Hi, Katrina Nevin, Precinct 6. I think I've heard a lot of positive things tonight, and in the interest of diverting my urine as soon as quickly, can we please move the question and end the discussion?
Okay, the question will come on closing discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Pin of the chairs that the ayes have it by the 2/3, and the question will come on the main motion as printed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Pin of the chairs that the ayes have it by a majority. Article 17, the recommendation is indefinite postponement. Do we have a positive motion?
This?
As printed?
Yeah, it's printed.
As printed.
Can you start number 17, please? There we go. This is the article that gets into the idea of using a portable urinal in a house and why it is permitted. This is a one-year study of urine diversion in a house, and this is what it would look like. These are the fixtures and the activities that would be done in the homes, 30 homes, over a year's time. These homes would keep their flush toilets, which they already have. They would be supplied for temporary loans of portable urinals called cubies. They would be supplied with plastic 55-gallon drums as their urine storage containers. The Board of Health in the past, in 2023, has said that it's legal for people to divert their own urine in their own homes to put it on containers in their own property and not affect the public health, and use these no-touch methods to get the urine from the cubby into the drum. Then a licensed septic hauler would come and take the urine away and take it to a certified, approved disposal place. In our case, we were going to have it sent off to a fertilizer plant to make fertilizer for farmers. This project would measure the water coming into the house. It would measure the water leaving the house outside for gardening purposes, to calculate the amount of water that would go through the septic tank and become effluent. And so we could calculate how much pounds of nitrogen is removed with the urine. We would estimate how many pounds of nitrogen are coming out of the septic tank, and you would get an idea of how much reduction that could be and how fast that would happen. I'll skip through most of this. I just said most of it. But the interesting thing here is the speed of the reduction of the nitrogen coming out of the septic tank. In 2014, Falmouth did an eco-toilet demonstration project. It was found by measurements by Hofelder and the Maztec that within a few months, the amount of nitrogen from the home that had urine diversion in it dropped down to about 10% and stayed there forever after. So the effect is extremely fast in protecting the water coming out of the septic tank. These are the fixtures that are required. I've described them already. They're cheap. The trick here is these are loaned to the homeowner. The town is not using money to have a permanent improvement of the property that these are for, and after 1 year, they're taken away. Now, this study we did in a small 2-month version, the Green Center, at its own cost and with the payment by the people who actually volunteered to do it in the year 2023, and it was very successful. We got 41 homes volunteering to do this within a week, and it was published last fall in a New York publication of professional sewer engineers. And when they saw this, they said, this is pre-treatment to the sewer. And to them, this is an opportunity to reduce the amount of nitrogen going into their sewer and making the sewer cheaper to run. Because the purpose of a sewer, a wastewater treatment plant, is to gas off nitrogen and remove nitrogen. That's the cost. You reduce the amount of the nitrogen going in, you reduce the cost of running the sewer. And there are papers that are written on this. So in the case of our project, we were going to have a company called Wasted, which has facilities in Vermont and in Massachusetts, they're licensed to haul urine and process it, and they take it to Vermont. They make fertilizer out of it. They extract the phosphorus as a solid material, and they sell it in Vermont and in Massachusetts. And the liquid is then given to farmers and used as fertilizer in fields for hay, pastures, and crops.
Let me add one thing that's not in the slides. We're working with Wasted, and the next step that we want to achieve, because after they get the phosphorus out and make it into a fertilizer, they still have effluent that's rich in nitrogen and lots of other minerals. So we are trying to get them to invest in an eco-drum and combine the urine leftover effluent, which is high in nitrogen, with waste from the town, like food waste and landscape waste, and make it into a compostable material that's actually dry and can be bagged. And they have good funding, they have good sources of money, and they are now very interested in making that next product. The first product that they made, that was also suggested that we suggested to them, and they're very successful. They got the permits, they can now sell it in Massachusetts and Vermont, and now we want them to make the next project.
I should mention, when they take the urine away, they pasteurize it with heat, and they kill all the pathogens, and they kill all the viruses, and it becomes safe to use for any purpose.
And it costs $1.20 to pasteurize the urine of one person per year. $1.20.
Urine diversion is relatively cheap to do. It's estimated it will cost a fraction of what an IA or a sewer would cost to manage the nitrogen and process it. The Mass DEP approves urine transport. Falmouth Board of Health approves these fixtures and storage containers on private property. It would cost $94,000 to do this for a year. Why 30 homes? No, not 50 homes. There's a standard statistical method called a central limit theorem that says a sample of 30 will produce an accurate sampling of a project's population. Population in this case is 30 residents who volunteer to use cubies. The cost of doing this is about as much as sewering one hookup of one home. The benefits to show that urine diversion might be able to reduce the amount of sewering and the number of IA systems in Falmouth. To facilitate urine diversion more widely and sooner, maybe in the 50% of properties not mandated for sewers or IAs, which get no treatment of any kind in the plans of the town at the moment. So please vote for Article 17. Thank you.
Okay, discussion on Article 17.
Thank you. It's what's Precinct 3, and I actually had this question on the last article too, and it's not about the merits of projects, but I think I heard that we have roughly $77,000 from a previous article that we approved. I don't know, I think this is the third or fourth meeting we talked about urine diversion, but of that 106,000, there's still roughly 70,000 remaining? Peter, I think I heard.
Roughly 70,000, yes.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand approving additional articles with additional funding when we haven't even completed the first article that we funded for $106,000. We just keep throwing money that, is it just going to sit there 2-3 years if we haven't even finished the first section of what we approved 1 or 2 meetings ago?
I can answer that. So the last town meeting, the petition article, you approved for $106,000. That is the budget that was given to us by MassTech to continue all their tasks and finish their tasks. A few weeks ago, we found out that the $80,000 original dollars was not completely even used, and they finally decided to might need only $33,000 to continue all their tasks for this year. So there is $73,000 left. That is not going to be spent at this moment, not foreseen at least, needs to be spent on the projects that MassTech is working on. So yes, we have $73,000 towards a urine diversion project. And yes, if you wanted to, you could propose that. We didn't propose it, but you could, and that would be great.
Okay, Mr. Latimer.
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I support this article because I'm a fisherman. I used to be able to go to any pond many years ago, catch a trout or a bass, take it home, eat it for dinner. I haven't been able to do that for at least 15, 20 years. We have too many ponds are affected by algal blooms. Now, if we had this kind of technology that was available without huge infrastructure spending, that homeowners, and I know if I lived by a pond, I would be the first one to get one of these things to reduce the nitrogen loading in my pond. This is a relatively inexpensive proposal to see if that kind of thing can work, even if it doesn't reduce all of the nitrogen. Could it reduce enough to get rid of the algal blooms? Could it reduce enough so that when we finally do have to sewer, the sewers will be more efficient? I think we should vote this article as printed. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Just trying to think through how this would work. You mentioned the MassTech Center. We've already engaged them with a project as defined by the town, by the working group that put up the parameters for it. And now you're introducing another separate project that would somehow be incorporated with the same group that's working on an already defined project? Is that what you're thinking?
We are petitioning the town of Falmouth to do these two projects and conduct them. We assume it would be given to the town manager the way the other money was given, and he would decide how to do it. In the past, you have decided to contract MassTech to do the work. We assume that if this were funded, that the town would hire MassTech to do these things.
It's a relatively simple one because most of the work getting samples from the effluent and from the urine. It's not a very complicated. Most of the money is actually in all the sampling.
Mr. Goldstone?
Jed Goldstone, Precinct 2. I'm on the Board of Health, but not speaking for the Board of Health or as a Board of Health member. I have two questions, or one. We know quite precisely how much nitrogen a human puts out in urine. It's something on the order of 31 milligrams per kilogram of body weight per day. So it's really a very well-known number. So it's not clear to me what we would learn specifically from this. And the other question and the other concern I have is actually, as a toxicologist, we pee out an awful lot of other stuff. And it's pharmaceuticals, steroids, various things that are not removed by sterilization. And it's not clear from any of the literature that I have read that any of the processes for disposing of the urine as fertilizer take care of that. That is an important area for research, but it's not really, I think, our place to do that and fund that research.
I'm not asking Falmouth to do that. We're using the technology and the science that have been developed by the Rich Earth Institute in Vermont. They do science on urine. They have determined that urine put on fertilizer for crops the pharmaceuticals are degraded in the soil and are unmeasurable in the food that's produced or in the soil under the vegetables or in the groundwater under the soil. The organisms in the soil degrade the pharmaceuticals. The Rich Earth Institute has developed ways to pasteurize urine to kill pathogens and viruses and make it a great USDA, a US grade A material. And they have developed technologies to filter out PFAS that might be in urine and other heavy metals with activated carbon. So there are ways to do this.
Mr. Patamas?
Jerry Patamas, Precinct 2. Basically, this is a notable idea, but this particular article, through you, Mr. Chair, the intent is for 30 homes for people to do number one in a container. Is that correct? And then the container goes into a storage pod, and then a pod is pumped out and takes to a wastewater treatment plant. That little red bucket you had up there. Is that correct?
Would you say the last part again?
I'm not sure. Okay, the last part. Let's start with the first part. How will you collect the urine in a little red, what do you call that thing?
Urinal.
They call it a cubie.
A cubie. That's not a, okay, it could be a cubie.
It was invented by the Rich Earth Institute as a cheap, affordable way to collect urine for scientific studies. It's used by the hundreds in Vermont, in Brattleboro, and that's what it is.
This is for a year-long pilot project to get the data that we are looking for. It's not as a permanent fixture in the house for the future.
I guess I come back to the previous speaker. We know how much nitrogen is going to come out of urine. We can estimate how much nitrogen per person is going to use. We don't know how many cubies, how many people will use cubies, to what extent they'll use cubies, and if this is an actual representation of the success. I think this is much too early. I think we should wait for your previous study to get conducted along with Mass Tech, and I think we might have a better idea of a demonstration project in the future, which should not only contain cubies, but may actually contain urinals in the wall, might actually contain toilets. So this, I think, it's not a lot of money, but I think no one wants to waste money on something that's probably not needed at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Comart?
I would like to add to that, if that's possible.
Let's let Mr. Comart
Okay.
have a moment here.
I'm Kim Comart, Precinct 8, President of the Falmouth Pond Coalition. I've been up here before. I am an ardent advocate of urine diversion. I have participated, my wife and I have participated in the QB project that Hilda and Earl ran, I think a couple years ago. I think QBs are for a certain set of people who are extremely dedicated to urine diversion. I don't think QBs are ever going to be widely used. It's not a great experience. It's sort of a messy job. And I applaud Hilda and Earl. I applaud the select board and everyone up here. We are, as a couple of people have mentioned, we are on the cutting edge here, and we should stay that way. So I am all for promoting a better understanding of urine diversion. I am representing the Falmouth Pond Coalition in this working group that Peter Johnson-Staub is dedicating an enormous amount of his time to. And Steve Layton here is another member, and Brian Horsley from MassTech. I think we have to keep our eye on the prize here. And our eye on the prize is getting this MassTech study approved. DEP has to approve the methodology of the study. The State Plumbing Board has to approve fixtures. And as Peter said, we want fixtures that can be widely used, that would be acceptable to a lot of people. An experience that you have using a toilet that is very similar to what you have now. It was noted that American Standard is in the process of developing a urine diversion toilet. They're doing that because they think that this is something that is a very realistic technology that could be the wave, a wave in the future, another tool in the toolbox. So while I applaud Hilda and Earl's dedication, I honor them. As Peter said, there's about $75,000 left of the $106,000 and the $80,000 that was previously approved. We just spent like 47 of it. So for me, whatever money is remaining, I'd say put it towards MassTech, inject it in MassTech to give them more resources to accelerate this planning process. They're supposed to be back here in November with a project that has been approved by DEP and the State Plumbing Board. So we need to keep the pedal to the metal on MassTech and not distract them with other projects. So that would be my suggestion. So I voted for the last one because I think we've got to keep experimenting. But this one I would not vote for. We know what QBs can do. We know that they work. We know, and as Jed and others have said, and as Jerry said, we know what QBs can do. Thank you.
Okay, the gentleman in the aisle again. Yep. Yep.
Calvin, Falmouth resident. I just got a question about the MassTech study that the town's engaged in and is supposed to end, I think, September 1st, 2025. When would that data become available to town residents? Or would that be something we could look in? Is that like, once they submit it, just to get data on what they looked in? And this is a question to Earl and Hilda. Say you go through these projects and studies, will you be able to gather enough information for the town or somebody to start beginning to look into economic impact of establishing nutrient recycling industry and infrastructure in the town? Because from what I'm hearing, you can collect this urine and the nutrients is used as fertilizer. You can potentially sell that to farmers. And with the current economic environment, I know fertilizer is going up in prices and we import it from other countries. Maybe this could be an actual viable resource for the town to look into if we get enough people, stuff. And I was just wondering, could your study gather enough data to look at an economic impact of setting some kind of industry like that up in town?
Well, these two projects work together. The first one determines what it would cost to install urine diverting fixtures. We're not talking about installing cubies permanently in hundreds of houses. Cubies are an affordable analog of a permanent installation. There are about a dozen urine diverting fixtures used in the world, which we would like Mass Plumbing Board to approve Falmouth to use in a pilot project. And also, we have a comment about the MassTech project. The MassTech project is going to take 3 to 5 years to finish, to get a result from. By that time, every watershed in Falmouth, the 14 watershed plans are done in 5 years. So this would all be too late to get from the MassTech plan to put into the current watershed plans from the beginning.
Okay, Mr. Johnson-Stott was going to answer the question about the study information.
Yeah, so the
from
question was
MassTech.
asked, when will the data be available from the MassTech study? The goal is to have the report submitted in early September. So that information would be public information. It's not data.
That's not
It's the results of the report.
People confuse the MassTech feasibility study, which is to plan a big pilot project, with the pilot project, which will take 5 years to do. If pilot project takes 5 years to do, to get an IA certification, all the watershed plans in Falmouth will have been made by then.
I also want to comment on what I heard from Mr. Potamus. Actually, the data are not known. There's never been a study done anywhere in the world where they measured all the urine coming from a house and how much is in that urine, and then extrapolated to, like in this case, a watershed. The study we did, and we actually had the Water Quality Committee look for data and studies that had been done anywhere in the world, and they could not find it. And the simple reason is there was no fixture in the world where women and men could divert their urine. And this QB, which is only for pilot project purposes to collect data, is the only fixture that is affordable and can measure the actual amount of nitrogen in the wastewater that's collected and phosphorus over a big portion of the population over an extended time of a year. We did it for 2 months, and it was amazing. It was much more urine and much more nitrogen phosphorus than anybody had expected from volunteers. They didn't use they had flush toilets. They didn't use it all the time. It didn't matter. We wanted to know how much did they actually do it by using that QB whenever they wanted to. And that's what we want to do for years, so we have longer term data, and that one we can then use to eventually have a project, instead of being an IA, which will take years and years to have a project that can ask Mass DEP, please give us credit for the amount of pounds of nitrogen that we remove per house or per watershed.
Okay, the question will come on the main motion as printed. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Let's do a slide. If it's a procedural question, the discussion's done. Yep. You're voting on the main motion of Article 17, which is to appropriate $94,320 from certified free cash for the diversion study. No, that would be as recommended. So as printed is the language of the article. Yep. All those in favor of Article 17 signify by pressing 1A. All those opposed, 2B. By a counted vote of 91 in favor and 96 opposed, the article doesn't pass. Article 19, the Select Board for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I held this article.
Yep, but we're going to get a motion on the floor.
I have a new motion that I'd like to make, if I may.
Article 19. Mr. Moderator, I recommend that the town vote Article 19 as printed.
Okay, as printed, and we have an amendment.
I have an amendment.
Slight change in the wording.
Okay. I have an amendment. I would like to make an amendment to Section 4, Administration and Enforcement, to add this article may be enforced by any town police officer, enforcement officers, or agents of the Board of Health, as written here.
Okay, so in other articles that we've had the enforcement mechanism in there, and that was missed when it was brought to the Select Board and posted as a warrant article. So this is an amendment to clean it up.
Basically, yeah, a cleanup amendment.
Okay. So we've got the amendment on the floor. I know I have a presentation by the petitioner. Can we just take a quick vote on the amendment, and then you can present the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So this amendment is just to add the enforcement language that appears in our other bylaws of similar form. It just was missed when it was brought as the article. So all those in favor of the amendment cleaning that up signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous, and I'll yield the floor for the presentation.
Yeah, and Faye McGuire here, who is not yet a voter, but will soon be one, would like to give a brief presentation.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for the amendment, Mr. Lowell. Now that we've got that out of the way. Is that off? Okay. Okay. Article 19, banning the sale and release of lighter-than-air balloons in Falmouth. Hi, everyone. I'm Faye McGuire, and I'm a junior at Falmouth Academy. I was born and raised in Falmouth, and I became interested in this initiative because I grew up on the beaches and on the waters of Falmouth, and like many of you, I'm always picking up balloons and plastic trash. As a member of the not yet voting generation, I recognize that environmental stewardship, especially by people my age, is imperative for Falmouth and the Earth. To clear up some points, I am not banning all balloons. I am banning lighter-than-air balloons that are inflated with gases like helium. I will just give some definitions. Helium is a non-renewable gas that is mined through like drilling or fracking, and it's also imported from Russia and China, which, as we know, could become not so great in the coming months. And it's also used for medical research, so like once we run out of helium, we can't use it for MRIs anymore. So we're going to be feeling pretty silly when we use it all for balloons. Release, I'm talking about accidental or intentional release. That means a toddler who lets go of a balloon versus like the mass release tributes. And not that balloons are inherently bad. I like balloons personally, I just don't like the ones that float away. But they're just, the ones that are filled with helium are hard to control. So when you hand a balloon to a toddler at the state fair and they let it go, they're crying, and then the mom wasted $5, and then the balloon ends up somewhere it shouldn't. So I'm not trying to penalize the toddler for accidentally letting go. I'm just trying to address the root of the problem and ban the sale so that this scenario does not happen in the first place. These are the types of mass reactions that I'm talking about. They can be used for tributes, for weddings, for graduations, but there are obviously alternatives. We have paper lanterns, we have balloons that don't float away, we have doves. So, just another point to make. This is not littering by some definition of it. If you throw this balloon on the ground, it's littering and it's punishable by a fine, but if you let it go, it does not magically disappear. All of these balloons that floated away had to have landed somewhere. The Earth's surface is covered by 70% water, and almost a third of the Earth's landmass is forest. The chance that this balloon lands somewhere in the environment is very high. And when it does land, its impacts are immense. Balloons are the most dangerous type of plastic trash to wildlife because of the risk of entanglement or ingestion. According to a study by NOAA, hundreds of thousands of marine animals die each year due to plastics, and balloon debris is 32 times more likely to kill seabirds than other types of debris. Balloons obviously have no nutritional value, and so they'll give the animals a false sense of fullness if they ingest them, and the animal will eventually starve to death, or the animal will suffocate on balloon debris, like this poor bird appears to have. Because of the ribbons that can get tangled around their wings or like stuck in their digestive tracts, and also the ribbons are very attractive. They look like jellyfish tentacles, but never ends well for the turtle or the bird. Additionally, even if the balloon does not interact with an animal, it will never fully biodegrade and it will just break down into microplastic pollution. We have found not me, but like scientists have found microplastics inside the human uterus as it's growing a baby in the placenta, in drinking water, and that's not good. The coating on some of these balloons is flammable, which will lead to electrical fires if it comes in contact with telephone lines. And even if these balloons are properly disposed of, all they do is end up in landfills as another form of single-use plastics. And like I've already stated, the benefits of helium are almost non-existent. So, yes. This is another interesting picture that was sent to me by Dr. Anna Michelle of Hui. If you can see in this picture, this was taken 2.3 miles deep in the Gulf of California. I've labeled the pink ribbon and I've labeled the balloon that I think is a zebra, and it says it's a girl on it, so congratulations. But if we ban the sale and release in Falmouth, we're not just cleaning up our backyard, we're cleaning up the whole ocean, because these balloons, when you release them in point A, they can go anywhere. This map shows states that have that have passed similar bans. We have California, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Hawaii, Maine, Maryland, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and Virginia. As you can see, it's not a blue state versus a red state issue, and the Eastern Seaboard has done a really good job. And I know that this has been brought to the Massachusetts State House, but it never hit the floor. So hopefully it will get there someday. Additionally, towns in Massachusetts that have banned the sale and or the release of lighter than air balloons are Everett, Harwich, Chatham, Provincetown, and Nantucket. So Falmouth, we're in a sweet spot. We don't have to be the first, but we shouldn't be the last, and we have a chance to be part of progress in the right direction. It would be really great to see Falmouth join this movement of environmental conservation. In terms of its impacts on Falmouth, I contacted all the small businesses I could think of that I thought might sell balloons, and all of them got back to me very quickly and said, I can't figure out how to change the website. We don't sell balloons anymore. And I was like, great. So the only people that would be impacted by this ban would be Windfall, Stop and Shop, Michael's, Shaw's, and Dollar Tree. And these are large corporations, so the loss of revenue from banning lighter than air balloons would be negligible. As Mr. Alan Robinson said earlier, I've been endorsed by the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and the Select Board unanimously recommended that this article pass as written. To conclude, the message of my article. This restriction is about protecting what makes Falmouth special, our beaches, waters, and wildlife. It's not about banning joy or all balloons. It's about making responsible choices for our environment. These small changes can lead to meaningful, long-term impact. And by supporting this article, we show that we are willing to keep Falmouth beautiful and healthy for future generations of residents and visitors. Vote yes for Article 19. Thank you.
Excellent job. Dr. Antonucci.
Bob Antonucci, Precinct 6. That was one of the best presentations I have ever heard. You did an outstanding job.
Thank you very much.
You presented your case well. You did your research. You gave us the information we needed to have to make a decision. And if it was illegal, I would call the question now and vote and grant the article. You did such a great job.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion on Article 19. Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got some Community Preservation Committee articles. Article 22, Madam Chair.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 22 as recommended.
Article 22 as recommended. Who held this one? Who held Article 22? Oh, Mr. Finner. Yep. Let's get a microphone over there, please.
I have been asked several questions about this article by quite a few people, and I'm just looking for a little bit of information. I didn't quite get it at the precinct meeting. The concern that the people spoke to me have is not the idea of the article. I mean, everybody knows autism's a huge problem and growing. I mean, in 1975, the rate was like 1 in 5,000. In 95, it was like 1 in 500. And now it's like 1 in 50. But their concern is this is for 8 units in Dennis, which is by no means enough, I would suggest, to even handle the problem on Cape Cod. The issue that the people have is their understanding, and my understanding is most of the towns on the Cape have pledged $50,000. The second highest pledge was, I believe, in Sandwich was $75,000. And Falmouth is, and there will be no favoritism, it's first come, first serve or whatever, but Falmouth's pledge is $100,000. And I just wanted to know why we are pledging twice as much as most towns and 1/3 more than the second highest pledge on Cape Cod.
Madam Chair.
The article that came before us was a request for $100,000. Now, if other towns gave less, maybe I don't know their reason. But we felt $100,000 for this project. It's over a $5 million project. It serves a great need for those that need it. And yes, while there's no preference, it is based on need. And the project serves all of Cape Cod, and the residents are selected based on need by the Massachusetts Department of Developmental Services.
Oh, I fully support it all.
So all committee members voted $100,000, and that's what's before you. If you don't like the price and you want to...
I'm just asking for others that asked me, and I couldn't answer their question. And I only have one more question. It's not that I don't support this. Is where did the requests come for the other towns, and why are their requests less? That's the question that was asked me of numerous people. And they wanted an answer, so I'm asking.
I can't answer that.
So
I don't know the answer to that.
Well,
I
where
don't
did
know
the
why towns voted the way they did. I wasn't at their meetings.
No, I mean, so the request came from within Falmouth?
The request came in the application that was given to us. We had an application from Forward Rock asking for $100,000.
Okay. All right. So there's no answer as to why they requested smaller amounts from other towns?
I don't know that they requested
We don't know
smaller
what they did in
amounts.
the other towns, so that's the answer. We don't know.
I've been told that Sandwich gave 75 and other towns gave 50, pledged 50.
Were they all CPC applications, went through the same process?
I have no
Well, you don't know either, so let's move on.
No, I mean, it seems like nobody knows. It's just a simple question.
Any other
I'm asking.
questions?
That's it. That was the question.
Yeah. Any other discussion on this article? Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 23.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 23 as recommended.
As recommended, this is the money for the ball fields on Gifford Street. Did you held it? Okay, I didn't have a name, so, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Melissa Freitag, Precinct 6.
Thank you, CPC, for all the great work you do. I was a member many, many, many years ago, and I understand your process. I have a question on Article 23, perhaps not for CPC, but rather for the applicant and executor of this project, perhaps, which would be the DPW, if I may, Mr. Moderator. The recommendation is for $2 million for a risk assessment, site investigation, response actions, and rehabilitation of the fields. And I'm wondering if the rehabilitation includes the reconstruction of the fields. That's the first part of the question. And then, if so, in the couple of prior town meetings, we've had very heated discussions here about artificial turf fields. And I'm wondering if baseball fields come in artificial turf, and if that is in discussion for rehabilitation of these fields.
Mr. McConerty.
Yes, Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. I do have a very short presentation that I would like to show you. If I can reset that. And that's it. Thank you very much. It was asked at a precinct meeting about plans to show where this project was. So we were asked, instead of being in the back of the book, we asked to put this forward. So this is the 3 fields that are at Trotting Park. So a quick assessment of where we are. So Public Works has been working with the town's environmental firm, Arcadis. They've done many projects with the town in the past. They're performing underground exploratory testing to evaluate the extent of the remediation that is needed for the Little League fields. And we're making good progress with Arcadis in developing a plan that will be satisfactory to both the town and to Mass DEP. Any plan that gets approved for this project has to go through state review. The LSP, it's his project. It has to get reviewed by the Mass DEP and receive approval. So in order to, so that takes care of the Arcadis portion of it to get out of the ground. Basically to remediate the ground, to remediate the site to get out of the ground. Arcadis is not a recreation company. They don't do recreation design. They don't do recreation consulting and design. So what we're looking to do, and we have been, is we've been working with Arcadis. We're trying to get a joint venture between Arcadis and Gale Associates that does do recreation design. So working with Arcadis in Gale, Arcadis will get us out of the ground, and then Gale will be able to our goal is to recreate what's on the field now. So it does say on the end of the article under the explanation what it'll include, but quickly it's the 3 fields, Field 1, Field 2, and basically Field 3 is more of a practice field. 3 parking lots, the upper lot, I call it the upper lot, the mid-level lot, and the lower lot. Musco lighting has already been installed on Field 1. Musco lighting will be installed on Field 2. All these portions were in the original design to be completed. We couldn't complete all the original Phase 1 project, so we broke this into a second portion of it. So there'll be new surface dugouts. The old ones will be removed. There'll be new backstop fencing on all 3 fields. There'll be new outfield fencing. So the question is turf or grass or sod fields. There are options. That's something that we have to bring to the town to see the option, to see what can be done. A turf field, basically what we're looking at is Mass DEP and our consultant are looking at, we have to raise the fields. We have to make a vertical layer between the old dump, the old trash, and the new fields. Typically it's 3 feet. We're working with the Mass DEP to see if we can do 2 feet, and possibly less than that. So those are options that are coming together now. Like I say, we are working with Gale, we are working with Arcadis putting that together. Bleachers, it'll include bleachers. There's bleachers out there, no, there's no bleachers out there right now, but we're looking at putting bleachers out there. You can do bleachers, or there's another option is maybe a terraced type of thing where they can have lawn seating and you can have a terraced area over the fields. Those are things that can be that are going to be discussed. And also ADA accessible walkways. It's very important, and since this is through CPC, we have to follow the compliance with the ADA. So funding. Additional funding will be needed to complete the project. So we're expecting to come back in November with an article for additional funding. The time frame, we're anticipating if we can put this project out to bid in the fall, we can start project. If it's a good winter, we can start project in the winter. If it's a cold winter, a wet winter, we can start the project in the spring, hopefully go through 2026, beginning of 2027, and depending on the turf field, the field, if it's going to be turf, if it's going to be sod, of when that can be played, when the field can be played on. So we're hoping to have the fields back together in 2027. I can say that our Parks Superintendent, Jeremiah Pearson, and the Parks Division has been working with the Little League fields on recreating 3 additional fields, making arrangements on 3 other fields in town, so they will have a season in 2025, 2026. So I know the Parks Department's been working closely with the Little League field to have this completed so they can start work. So that's our goal. We're already working with design. We're putting the 2 companies together. We're looking to finish the design, look at the alternatives, and go out to bid in November for this project. I hope that answered
Ms. Freitag?
your questions.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. McConerty. So I take it then that my question is a little premature for this, and my concerns are, as of this moment, unfounded. Concerns regarding potential of using another, or trying to get another artificial field going in town.
A turf field. It is an option. It's something to be looked at. As a town, we need to consider that. There's 3 options. You can do turf, you can do sod. Typically, it's sod. You can do loam and seed. We typically do not recommend loam and seed. You have to have the growing season, fields covered with weeds, so most likely it could be towards the sod, towards the sod surface.
Okay, may I ask that if you think that you're inclined to put in an artificial turf field, that you return to this body and let us discuss it again in the future?
I would say that, yes, I would say that if we do come back in November for an article, it will be outlined in the article what the funding will be for.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on Article 23. Mr. Latimer?
Thank you. Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I just want to be clear on this clarification. This is just for doing the studies and the preliminary environmental work, and is not about funding any particular type of field. Is that correct?
So it's partially correct. We need to have both firms together to work to rebuild the fields. What's going to happen with this complex is at the end, there's going to be, it's called an AUL. It's an activity use limitation on the fields. When we complete this project, it's going to be a completed project. We're not going to come back, and we're not going to be digging holes and installing fences and backstops. It's all going to be done under the same project. So it will be one project, 2 different firms. Arcadis will be getting us out of the ground, and Gale will be doing the superstructure for the 3 fields.
Does this money commit to building a artificial turf field?
No.
No.
Okay. I wanted to be very clear about that. Thank you.
All right, the question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. Article 27, Madam Chair. Yeah, almost.
Mr. Moderator, I vote Article 27 as recommended.
27 as recommended. This is $787,000 from undesignated fund balance for Upper Cape YMCA outdoor community recreation space project on Brick Hill Road. Who held this one? Yeah, in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Gina Weber, Precinct 9. I just wanted to confirm that with this article, would there be any free access to these outdoor areas to Falmouth residents?
Madam Chair.
Absolutely, or we wouldn't have voted it. This is first phase. They actually asked for 1.5. We asked them to do it in phases. Yes, you will not have to be a member of the YMCA. This will be open to the public, whether or not you walk in the door, but the outdoor recreation area will be for everybody.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Cuny.
Okay, the question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. At this time, the chair would entertain a motion to go after 11 so we can wrap this up. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're going to stay after 11 o'clock. Article 34. Madam Chair.
Mr. Moderator, I vote Article 34 as recommended.
As recommended, this is $45,000 from Historic Preservation Reserve to design the rehabilitation of the First Congregational Church steeple on Main Street. Who held this one? Yep. Ms. Weber?
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. Gina Weber, Precinct 9. I had a couple of questions on this. Can someone please let me know, does the church pay taxes?
She's asking if the church pays taxes.
Mr. Moderator, so
Mr. Johnson.
churches are exempt from property taxes to the extent that the property is being used specifically for religious purposes. There are certain circumstances in which a church might own a property that's used for a different purpose, such as residential use, and they would be taxed for those other uses of the property, such as residential use. I don't have specific information about this church.
Thank you. And then my follow-up question is, would a resident taxpayer who has a building in a historic district also be allowed to request this kind of funding to replace their own windows?
It's on private property.
I can take a stab at that as well. So the Community Preservation Act allows for, my understanding, so I'm not 100% confident in this answer, but I'm pretty sure that for historic preservation, what the town receives is a preservation restriction ensuring that historic preservation lasts. So that does not go, that benefit is independent of the ownership of the property. So in theory, I do believe it is an allowable use. In Falmouth, to my knowledge, that has not yet been done, and I don't know if the Community Preservation Committee would approve such a request.
Thank you.
Yep, Mr. Brown.
But I believe we just had an example of the CAI building, which is sort of privately owned. We did have some investment there, I believe, right? Nonprofit, okay. And we've invested in churches before.
And the first thing we do when we receive an application, the absolute first thing we do is we ask, is it eligible? So if we're in doubt, then we turn to our town council sitting up there more, and she lets us know for sure. But we have the act in front of us, and that is the first question we ask. And we wouldn't bring it to this town meeting if it weren't eligible.
Ms. Abrams.
Thank you. Elizabeth Abrams, Precinct 1. I'm a little biased because this is my church, although I didn't put this article forward. Just because something's tax exempt doesn't mean it shouldn't be eligible for this. I think Wacoit got one of these grants several years ago, and the Congregational Church is an integral part of this community. It was here when Falmouth was started. Thanks.
Okay, yep, to the left. Yep. Microphone back there, please.
Hello,
I'm Cynthia Hines, Precinct 3, and I am on the Board of Trustees for First Congregational Church. And I will tell you that the church is an integral part of this community. There are over 20 outside organizations that use the church on a regular basis, from Boy Scouts to Girl Scouts, NAAA. And I will also tell you that this is for steeple rehabilitation. The steeple contains a Paul Revere bell. The church is open for visitors to come and look at that bell. It is open for historic talks. So this is more than just a private property. This is a community property that is open to the community as a whole for a variety of purposes.
Mr. Cook?
Peter Cook, Precinct 6. I would agree, and I happen to be one of the fortunate who actually got a tour by Reverend Drury up in that steeple with my family and got to see the Paul Revere bell. And yes, it needs work, so please support this article.
Okay, the question will come on the main motion as recommended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. Article 40, Madam Chair, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote Article 40 as printed.
Okay, this is to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court for the creation of a licensing authority. Yep, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Kevin Murphy, Precinct 5. I served 9 years as a selectman in this community, and I might say that, first of all, it's bad timing this late in the hour, but I'm opposed to this. The Board of Selectmen continues to give up power in this community. Although we do have a very good manager and assistant town manager, they don't answer to us at the department stores, the convenience stores, and the supermarket. The Board of Selectmen does. When you go and see them in the street, they stop and they'll talk to you. Accessibility for licensing is very important. If you don't want something in your section of town, you need to be able to call the Board of Selectmen. You need to be able to talk to them about it. If you're happy with something, you also need to be able to tell them that as well. Unfortunately, this takes that power away from them, and it takes that power away from you. It's the establishment of this, and we have no idea what it's going to establish and what it's going to be controlled by, and who's going to be appointed to this commission. So I think that if we're going to structure something like that, we need to have the structure to vote on first. I do realize this is a charter amendment and it does need to come back again. However, I think that we need more information, but most of all, please don't make the Board of Selectmen's job strictly ceremonial. And that's what it continues to erode and be. Thank you so much.
Okay, further discussion on Article 40. Yep. Oh, Mr. Hargraves? Did you want to speak as well, Mr. Goldstone? Okay.
I have a question. I'll get some light bulbs for the next meeting. There's something in here that says within their jurisdiction, they can promulgate regulations to further their purpose. And so I'm wondering what the process would be for actually putting into law or enforceable regulations that come from this appointed body. And then related to that, we have made some restrictions with respect to alcohol here at town meeting by banning nips. Would it be within their purview to decide they don't like that anymore and to change that or cancel that, or would we have to come back to town meeting?
That's a bylaw. Go ahead.
Maura O'Keefe, Town Council. So the first question was about the authority to promulgate the regulations. if I recall correctly. So Chapter 138, which is the Liquor Control Act, provides for the statutory scheme for local licensing authorities for alcohol licenses, and it explicitly provides that the local licensing authority can promulgate rules to effectuate the Liquor Control Act. So if the town were to establish a licensing commission by home rule petition under Chapter 138, it would be imbued with the power to promulgate the regulations. And the second part was, what? Second part was NIPS. Yes, I was all over the NIPS. So the second part, no, they couldn't then negate the bylaw. The bylaw would supersede the authority of the licensing commission. You're welcome.
Mr. Goldstone?
I'd like to support this article, given the amount of time that the select board spends on some of the silly, well, not silly, but some of the licensing issues. I think there's a lot of other things that the select board could have more time to focus on. We have a lot of challenges coming forward with that in the town, and this would, while yes, taking some of the licensing off their plate and therefore perhaps reducing their power a little bit, but allow them really to focus on the things that we do elect them to do.
Mr. Cullinan? Oh, and then Madam Chair. Yep.
Jason Cullinane, Precinct 6. I just had a question regarding the authority of this commission. They would be appointed by the select board, but how would they be? Would they be removed by the select board or serve at the select board's pleasure? And who would appeal any decisions that the commission would make?
So, yes, they would be appointed by the select board, and those appointments would be subject to the select board's appointment policy. Any appointees are subject to removal for cause by the select board, so they would be subject to the same one. What was the second part? You don't know? Something, oh, appeals.
Who do they appeal to?
So generally speaking, decisions of any licensing commission are appealable to Superior Court under Chapter 30A. But there was conversation among the select board when we were talking about this earlier that they wanted to include a secondary level of appeal to have decisions go to the select board first. I don't know if that's feasible yet, but we will certainly explore that. Generally, the statute is explicit, and it says that decisions have to be appealed to Superior Court. You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. One of the Select Board's primary focal points is to set policy. We are not ceremonial. I take issue with that comment. Secondarily, the Charter Commission Review has made this recommendation more than once to take licensing off the plate of the Select Board so that the Select Board could focus their meeting time on issues that are more pertinent to the town. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, to the left here. Yep.
Lilia Franton, Precinct 5. I guess my question is sort of a follow-up. Let's say this licensing commission would have a decision, or it would be before them to make a decision. Would citizens be able to attend those meetings and bring up questions? Because a commission...
Yeah, that's all regulated by the ABCC. Yeah. Yeah, you'll still have the hearings and...
So licenses are all issued following a public hearing. So there is publication and notice required with an invitation to the public to participate and to offer commentary after the close of the hearing.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that we'd be able to make our comments as citizens to the commission. So we
Absolutely.
could, prior to their, that's great, thank you.
Okay, I had somebody in the center here. You're all set? Yep, go ahead.
Jack Richardson, Precinct 9 and candidate for Select Board. I appreciate what this board has done and their commitment to focus on the biggest issues, to echo Mr. Goldstone's point. I think it shows how serious you all have been, and I think we as a town need to do more to appreciate the work you do, and I'd be honored to do 1/4 of what the chairwoman has done. Thank you.
Further discussion on the licensing authority? Yep, Mr. Dinan?
There's an old saying that the buck stops here, and the buck stops right here at this desk here. Again, I'll go on my past experience. I was a selectman for 6 years off Cape, chairman of the board for 3. This board is the board that the public sees. This board is the board that they follow. And you do set policy, you're right, but you also communicate to all the merchants, all the associations that come before you, and they're published every week. If you pass your responsibility off to a subcommittee, they won't be in the book. They might be in the paper, but they won't be watched like you people are. You run the town. You are the Board of Selectmen, and that's part of your responsibility. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on Article 40? Question will come on the main motion as recommended. This is to authorize the Select Board to petition the General Court. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I think the ayes had it, but let's do a slide just to, before I adjourn the meeting and then somebody yells at me after. Meanwhile, we're going to cue the number up as to what we spent, and we've got the next date for the town meeting. Okay, Article 40 as recommended. All those in favor press 1A. All those opposed, 2B. Number there. Okay. 1A, yes. 2B, no. By a counted vote of 108 in favor and 65 opposed, the article passes. This time I recognize the chair of the Finance Committee to let us know what we spent this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This town meeting has appropriated a total of $245,248,872.
Okay, Madam Chair, notification of the next annual town meeting.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, the annual town meeting, as voted on by the Select Board, will be November 17th, 2025.
Okay, November 17th will be the next meeting. This time the chair would entertain a motion to dissolve the meeting. So moved. All those in favor of dissolving the meeting signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and this meeting is dissolved.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters. The Steamship Authority is a proud partner in many Falmouth community events, including town meeting coverage, and for good reason. Not only do we have a terminal and offices here, about 1/3 of our employees call Falmouth their home. We always work hard to serve our neighbors, friends, and the traveling public. We recently put 7 new electric buses into service at our Falmouth parking lots. We're adding new vessels to our fleet, continuing work on our energy-efficient Woods Hole terminal buildings, and adding solar panels at our largest parking lot. At the Steamship Authority, we're serving the islands and you.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, it's Brendan from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Francisco Tavares Incorporated is proud to be celebrating 70 years providing both residential and commercial landscaping. From landscape construction, maintenance to site work for over 70 years, our professional crews deliver a full range of landscaping, masonry, and yard enhancing programs. 508-548-0911. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLC have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Hamilton Tree and Landscaping has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Located on Route 151, we're available for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority.
Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth.
Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913. Enjoy our kitchen department with a wide selection of kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Find your home repair needs at our hardware store. Our friendly staff is available to assist with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn Carpet One is a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpeting and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, custom area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry. Proudly serving Falmouth and other Cape communities for over 50 years. FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. The Middle East Forum of Falmouth, a summer lecture and discussion series to foster a better understanding of the Middle East. Visit us at www.meff.world. John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287. Erman Lovell Real Estate, 550 West Falmouth Highway, 508-548-0703. Dalby Excavation Incorporated, 508-548-9788. info@dalbyexcavation.com. Dogs and Hogs, new look, new menu, open from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., 781 Main Street, ample parking in the back. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, Sotheby's International Realty, 508-868-0664. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Every lighthouse needs a keeper. Friends of Nobska Light, committed to preserving, educating, and maintaining access. friendsofnobska.org. Take care of all your banking needs at Martha's Vineyard Bank. Your goals, our guidance. Conveniently located in Falmouth and Woods Hole. mbbank.com. The Fox team provides complimentary property marketing analyses. 508-548-2101. The Falmouth EDIC's mission is to create, promote, and support a vibrant business climate which enhances our community. Wacoit Congregational Church, 15 Parsons Lane, Wacoit, 508-548-5269. Soars Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth is looking for volunteers. You can make a difference in the life of an older Falmouth resident. Check us out at neighborhoodfalmouth.org. Denny's Barbershop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray & McDonald Insurance, 800-800-8990. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers, 352 Main Street, downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. The Cape Cod Vibes, 668 Main Street, 508-457-5252. Steve's Pizzeria and More, 374 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Stop and Shop and Shaw's Supermarket.